so it's fine. But when I go back to this one looks nice already with those. Yeah, everything looks fine. How many do I have? So let's see, if I go back to ignition and count these lines. 32. 32, I would need to make 18 more in the next less than 2 hours to be on time. Okay. Yeah, not easy. I think I'm gonna try to make some game now. Maybe some kind of asteroid game. Let's see. So this, okay, actually I have first a project called Asteroid where I'm drawing some asteroids, so let's do that first. Okay, and I'm just gonna copy something. I'm gonna copy the spaceship. Yeah. Because it draws something there. So in this asteroid, spaceship is going to be what? I rename this Asteroid Extends Project, draw asteroid in the center canvas with the given size and angle. I don't need angle here, or maybe I could have an angle. Let's make a class. Here. Okay, I don't need many of the things. I had somewhere drawing these polygons, so it was part of the piano, part of the buttons. So what was the function called? Generate randomized polygon. This was, maybe I used this. It wasn't, I think it's unused. So I can take it from here and move it into asteroids. Asteroid. generate a randomized polygon, and then yeah, here I use it basically context needs to be here. Line to this polygon, the next point, so point I here, and I want to fill it with gray. Yeah. Does this work? Oh. I'm gonna call it rock. Okay, this needs to be before draw frame function. I know an ugly asteroid. I want my random value to have at least a minimum radius. Yeah. I think I can't talk very much somehow. Talking too much is no matter how much I drink, it's becoming dry, the throat. So I'm gonna have a little bit less talking for a while. Also, I'm gonna take a break really soon. So, yeah, this needs to be here. Wow. Okay. Oh, this is not good. Yeah, better. I think this is fine. The poly should be generated just once and part of the object. Now it's not getting again, but I liked that I could debug a little bit how they look like multiple of them. Okay. Yeah, so this is one asteroid. How about multiple asteroids and coming against the spaceship? So this is gonna be like try to avoid the asteroids kind of game. Let's see. Let's make first controllable spaceship, so something that you can steer. I'm gonna take this ignition project and I'm gonna call it steering. And open it. add it to gallery here. I'm happy that I did this nice implementation in the beginning that uses this inheritance. If I wouldn't have, then a lot of copied code would have been there and horrible to manage. So this steering here, yeah, it's pretty much going to be same as ignition. It's not very much code here, so it's easy to handle, but my start location is going to change. Okay, getting dark. It's going to change based on the mouse. So how do I do that? Maybe I open the whiteboard. That's where I did a lot of this mouse handling. So I had the mouse move here implemented. I'm gonna copy it here in the steering, and I don't need it to be pressed. I just want it to be at the mouse location all the time. So yeah, and this, I don't even need this object. Could it be that easy? Wow, okay. Finally something good. But I don't want it to go like this. I only want it to steer left and right, basically. So that. Okay, so now that steering is here, I can add this I can try to add some asteroids. So let's make a new function, a new project out of this steering, call it Asteroids. Yeah. Okay, so let's have an array of them. And I'm gonna, in the drawFrame function, I'm gonna check if the I'm gonna add asteroids with some probability. But not in the middle of the screen. I'm gonna do it on the top of the screen. And this rock, okay. It's gonna need some more parameters here, size and let's call it velocity. The default size was this, but maybe we will have, let's not give the size like that. And velocity, velocity can come. I store it. And now I need to update this. This location, add the location vector with the velocity vector. I may not have an add function. I'm not sure where I defined some of these vector operations, but I don't think that I made an add. Yeah, let's try opening this project. This one has more common things here. It has an average for the vectors. Yeah, so averaging an array of points, multi-dimensional points. Add v1 and v2. Okay, new V. I think that's it. Okay, so in the Asteroids game, I now need my asteroids to move, all of them. add to canvas. Fire is added here after the background, definitely. So okay, asteroids like that. Update. Draw on the context. Here the rock needs a velocity. Let's give it 0 and 10 for now, so it's gonna go straight down. Errors. Okay, I forgot a dot here. Easy one. Where are my asteroids? Shouldn't it do something? Hello? It's empty. It doesn't add any. Oh, a rock. 2 rocks. Where are they? Okay. Okay. Interesting. No, the location is not useful. It's generating the polygon here. I don't need to store it. I actually need to move all points of the polygon in some direction. Should be somewhere. It's not. Maybe it should be after the fire. No, I don't think that the fire clears it. Yeah, something. For some reason these asteroids are not displaying. Let's do that, and I'm gonna move them here just in case something for some reason doesn't. Oh. Yeah. Well, this is something. My asteroids are too big. I'm just gonna have some default size for them here, like that. And they're coming. And I think the point is going to be to avoid them. Yeah, so now I have this spaceship here, and I have the asteroids coming, and I move it with my mouse. And the next thing is going to be some kind of collision detection between these pixel values. I wonder how I should do this. It's not easy. Yeah, but let's make it a little bit more difficult. So, a couple of more things. Draw the asteroids here, but in the update step, let's the initial velocity could have some kind of different x movement as well, like a random one, positive or negative. And I'm just gonna give it a small value here, maybe 2. And now it's a little bit harder to avoid the asteroids because they might move a little bit to some direction. So it's more likely that you can get caught into some corner or things like that. Okay. Maybe they should come more frequently. Yeah, okay. So, a little bit more frequently here, and I need to think of a way to do this collision detection. It's not that easy. Too frequently, maybe. Yeah, I'm gonna take a couple of minutes break, and I'll be back, hopefully with solution for the collision detection. Yeah, let's see. I also have to clear these rocks. They are becoming too many in memory there. Yeah, just a sec. Yeah. I want to check if the asteroid if a given asteroid is off screen, then I want to remove it from this list. Else I just draw it. And I'm actually gonna make a score here. Yeah, I'm gonna add a score equal to 0. When I remove an asteroid, it means that I succeeded something, I avoided it. So I will increase the score. And that's it. Now I want my asteroids to look a little nicer, so when I'm making this gray value, I actually will give it color RGB I'm going to add 3 different same values here, and I'm going to say something like that. His off screen is not defined. So yeah, let's have it a method part of the asteroid. So the asteroid will know if it's off screen or not. I'm gonna make it here. I iterate through all its points, and if a single point is less than the size of the canvas, then the answer is no. If all of them are past the canvas, then the answer is true. So here I will check if it's off screen and do this and that. Maybe time to draw, to write the score also somewhere. So how about I opened this piano. At least here I had some kind of text being drawn. And now in the asteroids, on each frame, I want to draw also the score. So this is just fine, and I'm gonna put it, well, text line maybe left and baseline top, and I'm gonna put it at 0, 0. So it's gonna be in the top left corner, and the text will be this dot score. So there was a 0 there. Now I'm getting many errors. Asteroids is not defined. Okay. This. Okay, one asteroid, and it passed, and I got one score, 2 score. Of course, I'm gonna get the score even if the asteroid goes through me, because there is no collision detection at the moment. But you can see here on the bottom that the rocks are also going out from memory, so I'm not killing my processor so much. Of course, many things are happening here, like the fire and the stars and well, everything. The mistake here, typical mistake, I minus minus needs to be done if I'm removing one item. You could see otherwise that these rocks blink. One of them blinks because it's skipping one and it's not drawing it. So this is one thing that needs to be taken care of. And now what I want to do is detect collision between these, and I want to do pixel perfect collision. So these kind of bounding box checks would be annoying to have here, because, well, it's a clear the speed is slow enough so you could notice it, that there wasn't really a collision happening there. And yeah, so how do I do this collision detection? This is not trivial. So now this spaceship is drawn on this context. I'm gonna create 2 more canvases. So this is something crazy here, but spaceship canvas, this is gonna be 1, and nothing here. I just defined the canvas, that's it. This fire context should belong here, and spaceship canvas has a spaceship context. Okay, and I also want asteroid canvas. So the idea is I'm gonna draw asteroid context. Okay, I'm gonna draw the things that I'm drawing, like the spaceship here, I'm gonna draw it twice. Once on the normal context, but once on the spaceship context. And I also need to use that clear background function. So every time I draw the spaceship on its own context, I need to clear the context before. So imagine that there is a canvas with only the spaceship, nothing else, no stars, no fire, no anything. It's just a spaceship there being drawn. Now I'm gonna do exactly the same thing, but with the asteroids. So the asteroids context, clearing it off, and then each asteroid that I'm gonna draw, I'm gonna put it on the asteroid context. So now I'm gonna make a function called isCanvasCollision, and I'm gonna test it with the asteroid context and the spaceship context. So the idea is, if they share a common pixel, it means that the spaceship must collide with some rock. That's it. So let's see. I will need that get image data. And I also need the pixel by pixel checking. So where did I do this? Was it in the something with forests? No, not here. Maybe burning forest. No, I don't remember where it was. I know it was somewhere. Maybe I can find it through this special search here. So what did I do there special? Modulo canvas size, I think. Oh, it could be in project. Yeah, something. This is what I was looking for. And this is how I found it. This is the only place where I did this so far. So I'm gonna copy this, and yeah, getting image data of canvas A, canvas B, checking these, I'm gonna get the alpha A and the alpha B, and if both of them are greater than 0, there is the collision. So transparent background otherwise, except if there is a spaceship or some asteroid there. So this is returns true immediately. If all of them are okay, then returns false. So this is canvas collision. Yeah. I'm just gonna say game over. And just to see if it works, so I'm gonna stop drawing these frames if game over is detected. Now I have some, okay, this game over. Okay, yay, it stopped. Well, of course, some breaking here happens. I don't want the thing to be stopping this abruptly, but let's do something else. If it's game over, the spaceship, we don't draw it anymore. So if it's game over, the spaceship basically disappears. Okay. If it's not game over, I'm drawing the spaceship. Yeah. So where are my rocks? There should be some rocks. What happened? Where are the rocks? Oh, return, no return. Yeah. I don't need to draw the flame, so okay, something weird is happening. Okay, yeah. I don't like doing this, but too tired to think how it should be done. Okay. definitely the score shouldn't get higher when it's game over, so I need to do that. Okay, this is something. And I can add a click, so when it's this game over state, I could say else. Click to restart, and when I click, so this is again something I can take from here from the whiteboard. Yeah, this is a very messy function here. I would really divide it into smaller chunks. Probably I'm gonna regret not doing this. Yeah, so if okay, something is there. When I click, it comes back, so that's nice. But the text is outside the, yeah. So just really simple kind of game. You get higher score when you're avoiding more of these things, and then it stops, the score doesn't grow anymore. Okay, these asteroids are above the text. I kind of like it. So I'm gonna leave it like that, and then I can start again. My PC is a bit slow now, so I think this could be optimized some more, definitely, and there could be done some more tricks, like you could use for the collision detection, for example, you could use a smaller canvas, not 1000 by 1000, and it won't be totally pixel perfect, but really close. You wouldn't notice it in practice. So some of the speed up things, yeah, but I think the slow comes from the fire also. When it disappears, this renders much quicker. Okay, so I think that this is nice. I'm gonna make an explosion. So I'm gonna copy the Asteroid project, and I'm gonna say explosion. I'm gonna open it, maybe close many things here, too many things, and then I'm gonna open here explosion.js and add it here. And now asteroid is equal to rock. Okay. I'm gonna call it not, yeah, maybe something like flare. And here, this polygon that is being randomized once and stored, this is going to be regenerated every time on the draw. So it's gonna be some kind of fuzzy effect there. The colors here, I don't want blue, just red and green. Let's see how it looks like. And bigger values here, like 150. Okay, now updating. No, I don't want to change the position with anything. I don't need an is off screen. The generate randomized polygon is already somewhere else. No need for the update. Let's try it. Nothing. How dare you do that? Okay. I'm not solving anything, but it's more clear. Clear background, drawing. This location doesn't exist. Now it does. I don't need velocity. Okay. Yeah. What happens if I change the color here? Not great. I think it needs more red. Okay. Okay. Bigger range here, maybe. Even bigger. Yeah, something like that. So it looks a little bit like an explosion. Okay. maybe it needs a noise. Yeah, we have the engine noise. I didn't add it before. And let's make a new project, ExplosionNoise. ExplosionNoise. So how can we make procedurally generated explosion noise? Well, our engine was this out of tune thing here, and I set the gain equal to the volume, but maybe I'm going to make it like the volume start quickly up and then slowly fade down, and have also this out of tune 2 oscillators trick. Let's see how it sounds like. So I need maybe this musical note code to copy this function from here. So this gain, I want to set it to 0, but make it go to volume really quickly, and then go back to 0 after the duration has passed. So what do I have now? Did it sound like anything? Not what I expected at all. It still sounds very much like the... oh, it's probably overwritten, so this needs explosion sound, and the duration can be 1 second. Probably it was overwritten, this new function, by the engine noise in the engine project. So let's try it again. It's not great. I'm gonna try to modify the frequency of this second oscillator to something else and see what happens, like put 400 frequency. So the second oscillator is going to shift from this frequency to this one, while the other one stays the same. It maybe makes it even more disturbing than the engine noise. Nah, it sounds kind of funny. Maybe I make it go lower. Interesting sounds, but not what I want. No, this is not what I want. I would need to generate some noise, but kind of tired to write that. I prefer to reuse existing functions. Yeah, let's just leave this like that and try a more jagged type of this. Maybe this sawtooth type. Maybe we're lucky. So lucky. Well, it's not really like an explosion, but it definitely sounds like something bad happened. No. Okay. Okay, a little better. Maybe the duration here could be smaller. Half a second. I liked it better with 1 second. Let's try to get it quicker up, somehow more steep climb. What would be like if I add it here? No, this is like hitting something. It goes down really quickly. Okay, I think this is just fine. And yeah. Okay. This is yeah. So I guess I can combine these to make some explosion effect in the game now. Let's go back to the game. This Asteroids project, and so I would like to draw an explosion at the place where where the spaceship was when it hit the asteroid. So probably I need this flare. If is canvas collision, game over is true. And I make a new flare here. At this location. And I'm gonna draw it on the context. And when I click here, I make it null again, so it should disappear. So the project is now here. We just wait for an asteroid and see what happens when I hit it. Okay. A giant explosion that follows the mouse. This is not a great idea. If it's not game over, then the location of the whatever thing changes. And this flare needs a lifespan. Yeah, and every time I draw it, the lifespan decreases. And color is gonna be with alpha. Should make some max lifespan there, but bah. Okay, crazy stuff. So I have the alpha here, starting at very visible and then going down. It should be, I think, greater than 0, so I'm gonna do this trick. Let's see what happens now when I hit the asteroid. What? It actually looks better than I thought it would. What's happening? It shouldn't. Yeah, it's now generating many flares, I think. If this canvas collision is here. I also want to do this only if this game over is false, because yeah, if it's true, then I don't want to start another flare on top of it. So that's why it was not disappearing so quickly. It was staying opaque because yeah, now it's disappearing faster. I think it's good, but when I generate the flare, I can now also add explosion noise. Yeah, thanks, a lot of dedication. So this explosion noise. Okay, I noticed that sometimes these this sound doesn't play if you don't click on the canvas first. But yeah, now I'm getting noise there. Okay. Yeah, I kind of like it. What else? Let's make a shooter from this Asteroids game. Another game, but now we shoot. Let's call it shooter. And this is gonna go some other way. Let's say the more asteroids we shoot, the higher the score. Yeah, not as easy as I thought. Because if I do the same kind of canvas trick, I don't know which asteroid it hit. I just know it hit some asteroid. So let me try this some other way. Well, I can do the same trick with the buttons with the different colors. The asteroids actually have different shades of gray, so let's see if I can figure it like that. If I can do it like that. So the score now doesn't increase here when the asteroids pass, so this won't matter anymore. What else? Clicking should shoot from the location. This shoot, it's a method. So when we shoot, something has to happen. We need to add a particle. Yeah, let's do that. Let's create a bullet. Class. It's gonna have a location and a velocity, so similar as the asteroid, a single asteroid. I think it had quite similar functions. the rock here. Yeah, let's copy this location velocity. We set the velocity. We don't have a polygon here. Color is just gonna be red. Green, maybe. Light green, let's see. I'm gonna draw it like okay, I need to store the location. Arc. Location, a radius. Let's make it small value. Then I update it. So when I update it, the location basically gets added with the velocity vector. And that's it. So this bullet in the click function, I'm gonna have here bullets, and in the click function, okay, in the shoot function, new bullet at this location with the velocity 0 minus 10, let's say minus 10. Should be based on canvas size, but I'm too lazy. Okay, and in the draw function, draw frame, I need to go through all the bullets, update them, yeah, if the location y component is less than 0, then I remove it so that I don't update it in memory, and then I draw it on the context, and maybe I need to do this also later, but let's see. So okay, I didn't add it here yet. Okay. What? Okay, it's shooting from wherever my mouse is, and oh, I got scared. It's shooting from wherever my mouse is. Because that's where this location is, so I don't want to have that. I want it to use the location x coordinate and y coordinate of the spaceship location, and when I draw the frame, okay, the bullet in the bottom, yeah, this color here, like that. And this is way too big. So, well, it's a laser or bullet. I thought about it being kind of like a laser. It's fine. Let's make it smaller. Taking these off so they don't scare me anymore. Okay, wow, look at that dangerous laser with insane speed. I mean velocity. So, where did I shoot? There was the shoot function. So this one, way too slow here. Let's try double the speed. Okay, better. And I can shoot many things. Yeah, okay. When I shoot, I want to do the laser sound effect. So where did I make that? Laser sound. Play laser. So this is gonna be now when we shoot. Kind of funny, but it's okay. Yeah, and a little overkill now with this these pixel values. I think that I'm gonna check the collision between every bullet and every rock somehow, but I'm only gonna take the middle part of the bullet as 1 point. I don't think it's so critical anymore to have like pixel perfect there. And yeah, make it even smaller here. So the canvas collision thing between two canvases, this is one thing. Yeah, please open light. So my asteroid has a color, right? This rock, it has a color. I need to get the pixel value. Yeah, so from each bullet get the asteroids on the asteroid context, get the pixel location at the get the pixel value at the bullet's location. So yeah. Let's call it color like this. Okay, and now get asteroid with color. No, remove asteroid with color. Yeah, something like that. So this get pixel at, maybe it's easy to write from here. So this is now the location, and I'm just gonna use this context A here. I'm gonna get image data at this location, and I'm gonna use just one pixel, and and get the colors from here. I had a function that was giving me color somewhere, maybe here. Nope. Maybe I can find it like this. Okay, yeah, this get color from image data. Okay, so I have the image data, get color from image data. Okay, and return the value. If okay, and remove asteroid with color. So this other function, this needs to be here because the asteroids are here. So this is another good utility function. I should have stored them in some common file, but so tired to do it now. Remove asteroid with color. Color. I'm gonna go through like that, and if this asteroids I color I'm not sure if this equals is gonna work. Really don't know how JavaScript works with these. Oh, it could work. I think the color here is gonna be RGB string. Yeah, it could work. Let's see. If it's like that, then this asteroids splice one item and I minus minus. Okay. What? What have I done? I broke the universe. Okay, so this works fine, but when I do this, okay, there is an error. Phew, I'm so happy when it says something. Bullets is not defined. Okay. These bullets. What is this value here? Let's see. What? It did do something. It did do something. It did find some color, but then remove asteroid with color didn't work. So in my asteroid I have the rock and here color RGB. Okay, so why doesn't this work? So remove asteroid with color. The given color is here. Oops. I thought I'm typing here. No, it doesn't become equals at all. So what is this value? And this value. Oh. Right. It was having these weird floating point values there, and even though it looked very similar, it wasn't equal in string format. And I think this is the mistake. So stupid things. Who writes color in floating point values for the unsigned 8-bit integer? Haha! Wow, that bullet sure is something. It's going through like many many asteroids at the same time. Yeah. Yeah, this is great. But I want to have score increasing here. So let's do that. Yeah, okay, easy. And that explosion thing. Flare, explosion sound. Maybe when the when this explodes, I'm also going to make it explode and play this sound. Error. What? I don't have a location. But I had the average something. Yeah, so these weird rocks don't have a location, they have just a polygon. Stupid implementation. Should have a location and then the polygon relative to that location. Very inefficient code here. But, well, that's what I have. And there is no location here. So, poly and average. Yeah, okay. I don't like that that bullet is so invincible, so I'm going to I'm going to return if this is successful. And if it is, I'm gonna do that. So the bullet disappears basically when it's colliding with these things. The reason this works is because even though all the asteroids are grayish, they are not the same gray exactly. It could be buggy if if two asteroids really have the same random value, but I don't care. I'm not gonna check if the color is existing already. Okay, I think this is just fine. Right, now, what's next? I'm gonna try to draw this bat character. Let's see. To do that, I go all the way down to my whiteboard and I take my tablet and drink some coffee. So this is pretty much the center here. I want to draw a bat. I'm gonna draw a circle here in the center, at this center. I'm not sure yet about the radius, how big it's gonna be. Let's see. And I'm gonna draw the head. Another circle here on the right. Then maybe from the same distance on the left here as the head center there, I'm gonna draw some lines here. Yeah, one curved line going like this, and beautiful. Yeah, this is gonna be the bat. So what points do we need here? We're gonna need P1, P2, and then I'm gonna call them W for the wing, these other ones. So W1, I will need a control point here, W2, W3, another control point here for this curve, W4, W5, W6, W7. Then I need another control point here, W8. And this is same as P2. Then let's say here W9. So these Bezier curves, they don't go through the control points. This is important to note. They actually leave tangent to the control points. These are actually calculated using something called Bernstein polynomials, and they generalize to any number of control points. You could have very many control points here defining a single curve, but usually implementations have just one or two. So yeah, the function is not very complicated. It's quite easy to implement, but not really useful. It becomes difficult to manipulate the curves when these kind of tangent things happen instead of actually passing through the point. Okay, so time to get these values. And I'm gonna get them by opening, emptying this debug array And now going back in here, I'm going to use my mouse and click. So if you remember, I made it so that when I click here and not move the mouse, it's gonna add to this debug array the location. So the first one, P2, and then the W's. 1, 2, 3, yeah, so if I did it correctly, now I should have 11 points here. I hope. I'm gonna copy it and I'll just paste it here for now, but I will remove it immediately. So I'm gonna take my spaceship where I did the same thing, spaceship, and I'm gonna say bat. Bat, and I'm gonna take these points to my bat. Haha. So P1 and P2 are these guys. And the W's are these remaining guys. Let's see. I think I have too many brackets here. Okay, so P1, P2, and the W values are here. This is gonna be draw bat. Yeah. Now, what else do I do here? Well, I need to add the bat here and the bat here. Save this and yeah, these are normalized values now relative to the center point, scaled. I'm gonna rename the W points as Q points. I think it's nah, I had my drawing with W points, it's gonna be W points. Okay, the fill style, yeah, sure, whatever. So I need to draw two circles first at points of 0 and points of 1. So arc points of 0, a radius is needed here. It's after normalization. So let's put 0.1 and see how it looks like. And then from degree 0 to pi times 2. So this is 0.0, and same thing will happen with 0.1, but a smaller radius. Let's put 0.6 here. I didn't measure the radius size, but this is easy to figure out. And I'm gonna comment this part out. I don't need these are already implemented elsewhere. Yeah. Let's draw more. So I'm gonna begin the path at W points. Of 0 here. So the first point, and then quadratic curve to the third point through the second point. It's already done, I just need W points. Then the same thing happens through the fourth to the fifth. And the same thing again. This is easy. And the same thing again, but now I'm going to this P2, so to points of 1 basically, and from this 6, it's not easy, wait. This should be like that. No, it's good. Yeah, that is offset by 1. Maybe I should start counting these as 0. Okay, and after I'm here, I need to go back to this one with another curve from points 8 and to W points of 0. Now let's see what we have now here. Okay. Saving and wow. This actually looks like something. let's scale it bigger. Too much talking. Okay. So it's morning there already. Well, here too. It's 4 in the morning. I think in India it's already late, maybe 7 or 8. I can't talk very much because I talked all the time and throat is really dry. I tried to eat different things, so yeah, still need to rest it a bit. I'm gonna just do some small things here and there. Okay. Yeah, bat is pretty much done. Now I want to do animated bat, so I'm gonna make it flap its wings somehow. Flying bat. Okay. So these are the points, the W points. When the wing is up, if I reflect them vertically, then it's gonna show with the wings down. Let's try this. So let's call these D points for down is equal to W points and the Y coordinate needs to be opposite somehow. So I think I do canvas size minus D points of I and 1. So basically reflect in the other direction. Let's see if this works. And to test, I just say this for now. nothing changed. Why? Oh, again this draw FlappyBat. Okay, yeah, so it works, but I want to animate this. So basically I want my points to be somewhere between W points and D points, based on some animation frame. The sine function again, I would like to do it, but I need to squish it, so basically sine function is is like that, and I want to get it between 0 and 1. So this is sine of x. If I say plus 1, then it's gonna be here. Something like that. Going all the way to 2. So this needs to be divided by 2. And it's going to tell me the amount I want to interpolate from W points to D points. So let's call these now up points here. So interpolating from up point to D point using this sinusoidal. Okay, I forgot to turn off this PowerPoint. So these are now up points, and I have to interpolate from them to the D points. Yeah, so interpolate U points to D points, amount. So this is something that I want to do, but for each value here. New array. Each value of I it's gonna be like that. This amount has to be declared somewhere. It will start off at 0. Let's call this yeah. Let's call it time 0, and at each frame this time increases with something. let's say this value, and when I'm drawing this, I will have to give it the amount I want to interpolate. Yeah, so amount amount. So let amount be equal to that function that I made before. So sine of of time plus 1 divided by 2. So now what's gonna happen is that this amount between 0 and 1 moving in this sinusoidal pattern, so it's gonna have some slower part at the bottom and slower part at the top of the wing, but quicker movement in the middle. This should translate into W points if I write this function. Okay, let's see what happens. Error. Cannot access D points. U points here. Okay, nothing works. Let's log these. This looks great, but it's not drawing anything there. This amount value should interpolate between this point and that point. Let's do something here. they are the same. I'm gonna initialize like this. I think there is this reference problem again. Let's try it like that. Wow. It's slow. Needs to be faster. Even faster. Even faster. Okay, this is more like it. Now, what can we do with this? Well, let's try to follow the mouse. MouseBat. I already have the draw FlappyBat function now and the interpolate function. These are not needed. I'm drawing it here, but I'm gonna make it smaller, so maybe 2 times that. Yeah, that looks nice. It scales really nicely. I could make it even faster here. Yeah, this is fun. So now this kind of FlappyBat here. I'm gonna make it a little brighter. I think it's nicer, more visible here on this dark canvas, but somehow bats are supposed to go during the night, so I'm gonna keep it on the black canvas. By the way, I made it purple because I got the idea for this coding Ultramarathon from this guy, from Florin. He has made this kind of 10 hours, 10 projects coding challenge, and these are more like real applications, not just these kind of canvas projects. But yeah, so after I saw him, I got this idea for the coding Ultramarathon, and he likes purple a lot, so I thought that I make this bat in purple color as a kind of a thanks for the idea thing. Okay, so it's not yet following the mouse, is it? I'm going to take now the whiteboard project and copy from here the mouse move function in the bat. So when I'm moving, I'm going to say where to draw it. Needs to be before draw frame. Okay, well, now it kind of follows the mouse, but I don't like that the mouse is blocking it. I'm gonna just make the canvas here. Time to get up. Yeah, so what now? I'm gonna make the cursor none. I think this should work. Yeah, so the mouse doesn't appear on this scene and just the bat appears, and I think it's kind of nice. It's like a bit funny. Okay, so this is cool. Next, let's try to make a game. Let's try to make this kind of like Flappy Bird, but with my bat. FlappyBat. So I'm gonna copy this MouseBat. Let's call it FlappyBat 1. FlappyBatA. Yeah. FlappyBatA. I think I'm gonna make 2 games like this. And FlappyBatB. And now okay, I'm not defining FlappyBatB yet here. We do it later. But A is what we define, and so far it's just gonna be the MouseBat. So I have two MouseBats now, but one is called FlappyBatA. So here in the FlappyBatA, I want to make some kind of obstacles, and I thought that I could use this fire that I made previously. The one that is, for example, in this burning forest here. And in the ignition here. Yeah, so maybe I'm gonna make it so that there are gonna be some kind of fire circles that the bat has to go through. Otherwise, it's not good. So let's see. Yeah. I'm gonna open this forest and see how I did this fire thing. Let's see if this works. Nope, there is some error. Okay, this needs to happen before draw frame. No fire. So what did I do wrong? This add to canvas, did I add it? No. Okay. Looks kind of scary. Okay, but I don't want this fire to look like this. I want it to maybe form some kind of circle. Let's see if I can do that. So yeah, let's say get the circle path. Something like that. So the circle is going to be drawn at this location. Okay, let's say it has a fixed radius. And I'm going to generate the points. So there's going to be an array of points, and how many points are there going to be? I'm going to have a small increment here and go to pi times 2 and add to the array a new point. I is our angle now, times the radius, and this has to happen relative to the given location. Yeah. And same for the sign here. Something like that. Let's see if it works. Wow. Oh boy. It's scary. And slow. I think partly it's slow because I'm streaming at the same time. Okay, so new fire. I'm gonna start closing some of the projects. There are just too many open things now. I'm gonna check the fire again because I forgot how I made it be smaller. Okay, size is as a parameter here. So let's say 30. Wow, interesting. Okay, but I don't want the circle to be just... This is nice. I don't need so much flame. I think that I can put here plus 0.2. It's gonna use half the particles. I think it's fine. So I want my circle to actually be an oval, because I want to go through it like this, not in front of it. So basically this radius can be multiplied by half. Yeah, now it looks quite nice. The problem is when I'm moving my bat through the circle, I want part of it to be in front of the bat, and I'm not sure if I can do that with the current implementation. Damn. Let's see what happens if I add this after I draw the bat. Does it put it on top? It does, but the bat disappears. Yeah, not really easy to do this. Something is on top of it, so when I do this add to canvas function, yeah, it takes the dark background from there. Maybe clear background. Wow, this is a very interesting, weird effect. A bat in a flaming bat. Okay. I don't know how I did it, but it's gonna be an effect. Let's save this as FlamingBat. And here I'm not gonna put the things in a circle. Or I can put the things in the circle, but I'm gonna make the fire a little bit bigger. Let's say 5. And I'm gonna make the circle a little bit smaller. Let's try it without making it smaller. Okay, some error. Yeah. I want a radius here as a parameter. So this get circle path is gonna get the location and a radius. And this one, yeah, I think it's probably gonna be fine. I can lower this a little more so I see more color in the flames. And now when I go to this FlappyBat again, I need to tell it this radius value. Yeah, but this draw dark background, so this is I'm gonna make the FlamingBat even bigger, these flames 6, and even smaller radius. I think this is now fine. Looks kind of mysterious. So yeah, a little. Maybe I don't make it move with the mouse. I just leave it in the center. I don't do this. And maybe I put the flames a little bit higher so that this circle doesn't appear exactly there where the bat is. So like that. Too much. Yeah, maybe the flame's a little bit bigger. All right, and here it's okay if I see the cursor. But now back to FlappyBat. So what do we have here? I don't see my bat. Now I see it, but again, this problem. What happens if I do this twice? I guess the bat disappears again. Yeah. Nope. Forgot how these functions work. I'm gonna be right back. Okay, well, I did something. Looks like a barrier of some sort. And I'm gonna make a hole somewhere in the middle of it, depending on where this location is and how big the radius is. So if the distance between this location and this location is less than the radius, so I need a distance function. I go through all dimensions of these vector and have to pair it with the other one. So this is simple Euclidean distance. So here, if the distance is greater than the radius, then I add this thing, and here I actually have this location there. Okay, but now my radius is so big, it's not really an inconvenience. Yeah, starts to become a little bit of an inconvenience. Should I make the pillar move? It has to move. So, it will start on the right and move towards the left every time I draw this frame. Yeah. Okay. And this needs to be updated always. Let's see. interesting. Maybe I put a little bit more flames. Why is this repeated by 10? This doesn't need that. It's probably it was doing something else before. It looks pretty much the same, but more friendly to the processor. Okay, interesting. Now, when it leaves the screen on the left, I could say that I could just say that okay, looks really nice. I'm happy with it. But of course I want to have a different center there. Yeah, so this vertical location I wanted to change randomly. First it can be in the middle, but then every time it jumps, this thing here, I'm gonna also make this so this is now the middle, but I'm gonna add some random value to it. Not good enough. Too much in the middle. Yeah, it should be both to the top and to the bottom, so here I need the minus 0.5 times this times, let's say, 0.6. First one is in the middle, still in the middle. Is this just unlucky, or no, I'm not using it anywhere, am I? Yeah, here. Okay, this is not easy, it's kind of tight. I think I need to make the radius a bit bigger. Yeah, this is just fine. So I need some kind of scoring system again, and I think that it's gonna be easy. So score is 0. Yeah, and every time one of those things passes, so here basically the score grows by 1. Yeah, and I'm just gonna open the game with the, well, let's just say the shooter, and this is probably something I'm gonna need. And this is the score. Yeah. Can I see the score? Okay, it grows by 1 every time I pass something. Of course, now I can go through the flames, so I need to detect this somehow. I wonder. I don't want to do pixel checks anymore. They are so tiring. I think I can do a simple check if I'm on the same line as this one with some tolerance and not within the radius there. I don't know. So not sure how to do the collision in the best way. Yeah. Looks nice at least. How should I do it? Maybe I try to draw some polygons here and I do the collision with the polygon pixels. Let's see. So when I'm drawing now this pillar path, maybe I use this pillar path. Yeah, I will check if it is close to any of these small places where the fire is starting. Yeah, let's see this. Now the bat here, bat location, less or equal to some value, let's say 30. Okay, let's make it with canvas size again. So if it's less or equal than this, 0.1, then basically it's game over. And if game over is true, I won't draw the FlappyBat anymore. If it's false, I will draw. So if I'm still playing, else nothing. Wow, bat location. I think this has also this. Okay, well, I think this is too big. 0.05. It's okay if it goes sometimes through the flames a little bit, but it shouldn't, yeah, Like if you really go into it, it shouldn't allow you to do that. But if it's like through these kind of small flames at the end, I think this is okay. Like here, it's just fine. But here, yeah, I think this is okay. I also, yeah, so if it's game over, then I want to show that you can restart, and the click from here, what was it doing? Yeah, if it's game over, score back to 0, game over is false. Maybe that's it. Okay, so the score goes up when the fire passes on the other side, and the bat hits this thing and it disappears. But maybe it would be nice to have it can I put a small flame there where the bat is? Let's see if that's easy to do. Okay, the bat location should only update if it's not game over yet. And if it is game over, add does this still work now? Yeah, so if it is game over, I'm gonna push this bat location. So I'm gonna put the small fire where the bat was killed. Yeah, okay. Maybe even nicer if this fire goes down. So if the game over is true, this bat location of Y increases its Y value. Yeah, kind of tragic, but I think it's funny. Okay. Yeah. Oh. Let's try to make another one that is more like Flappy Bird. So this Flappy Bird, FlappyBatB. FlappyBatB. Let's add it here in our gallery. Okay, and what's the difference? It doesn't go with the mouse. It doesn't move with the mouse, so not this. But when I click, I need to give it some kind of upwards velocity. So this get bat location okay, there are some extra functions here that I don't need again to define. When I click, okay, if I don't click, now this is not gonna do anything when I move, so that's no point. I want to see the mouse cursor now because it's not gonna follow the mouse, and I'm gonna put the bat location in the beginning to the far left, so something like that, and in the middle. And when I'm drawing the frame, always this bat location it's gonna be added some value, some gravity here. So oh, it's falling. But if I click if I click the mouse, so if I click on something, then I want to give it some kind of upward velocity. I should start to do some physics soon. But this one, does it need so advanced physics? Can I do the upward velocity some other way? Maybe I just try a very simple thing. I don't want it to be necessarily too realistic. Maybe I put -20 here. Yeah, too little. Yeah, it's not good. It doesn't look good soon. It needs to really move up a bit, so I would like to have it some kind of velocity, or I don't know, maybe it's okay. Maybe it's okay. How about I draw the bat, I animate it faster, the wings. I think it's gonna look a bit nicer. Yeah, it's this time here, so yeah, I think it's fine. happened there? Why don't the collisions work here? Ah, okay. Clicking. Um, mhm. Nope. Space bar to restart. Yeah, thanks. It's sure was something, and it is. I'm halfway done, and I'm not really halfway done with the project, so I'm behind, but it's really interesting, like, to see how many I can do, and that they are so different. So now in this, yeah, space bar to restart, I would need to add a keyboard listener, and I kind of like to use just the mouse, but that would help because it wouldn't start immediately. So yeah, I think that maybe I make it automatically restart in some seconds now. So this will only change the bat location if this is not game over. And let's add the method here, restart. So the score goes to 0, game over goes to false. But when does this happen? So here, restarting in. And I would like it to show like 3, 2, 1 every second. So maybe the moment when this happens, I record the time. Something like that. And here like that. This will be in milliseconds. I have to divide it by 1000 and round the value, maybe floor the value. So this remaining time, yeah, so flooring the value there, and I will do it 3 minus this, so that's gonna be 3 in the beginning, then 2, then 1, and 0. So restarting in remaining time, and if is less than 0, I'm gonna say remaining time is 0, and restart. Okay, end time is not defined. This end time. It doesn't work. Restarting in 3 and it stays like that forever. Why? Is this maybe something else? Oh, restart is not defined. Okay. No, this doesn't work. So, what is this? Okay. Long click. Yeah, that's also a way. But I think I'm gonna get this one done. I hope. Okay, something weird happens. Yeah, this end time is updating. Here. I should only update if it's not yet game over. Damn, this code is so messy. I hate it. I really don't like it. Okay. Okay. So restarting it, remaining time is 0. Restart. So what happens in restart? Game over is false. Score is 0. Aha. I think that the bat location needs to be back somewhere where I see it. I think that it's gonna be off screen, basically. I hope that's the reason. Yeah, that's the reason, but I should make it restart in 4, because then I'm not going to it's gonna skip the next fire, I think, maybe. Yeah, it's gonna skip the next fire and and I can play again the new level. Let's see if the score goes to 0. So 3, 2, 1. Yeah. And I immediately get the 1. So maybe should I put the 5 seconds? Yeah, this is much better. So I'm not gaining 1 point just out of luck, because the fire exits immediately when I spawn, and it feels nice. I think this is good. Yeah, I just don't want to add more input. I have the mouse and I think that's enough. I'm gonna soon do some webcam things, hopefully. Becoming hard to focus at the moment, so then I maybe have some input with the webcam. Let's see. I think it's funny. So then there's also this other version here. Some weird projects here making this animations, and yeah, okay, quite many. How many did I do? I don't know. 44. Ugh, not even half. Okay, let's see what is next. Okay, I'm gonna do some kind of I don't know. Maybe I do some kind of physics simulations. Let's try this pendulum thing. Oh, but it's so tiring now. Maybe I try the webcam things. They could be more interesting. Let's try to initialize webcam. So I mentioned before that I wanted to do it here in the main function once, because I don't want to have many instances of the webcam in each application, in each project. So yeah, let's try to do it like that. And I'm just gonna write it here in the main function, because this is where I initialize the audio context. So I'm gonna need a little bit bigger function for the webcam, but let's try function initialize camera. So this is I need to request permission to the browser from the browser to use the camera. I need to use this get user media. Was it navigator media devices? And it's gonna return a promise. So media devices get user media, and I think I have to send something like a video. True. I hope it's correct. If not, I have to search it. I don't remember exactly how it looked like. But then when the promise is handled one way or another, so when this happens, I think it was like that, maybe. And I should also handle the error here, so maybe catch error. I think function with the error argument like that, and I should print whatever is happening here. Maybe that. And then here in this promise, so I have the video object here, which is not initialized, but it's global, so I can initialize it here, and I can say video is equal to, it was create element, I remember from here for the canvas, but this is video element. And this source object, this is basically what the promise is going to provide in this argument here. And I think that's it. Let's try it. I'm gonna say here initialize camera. Okay. Well, it initializes a camera, but it doesn't display it anywhere, so I need to make an app with this camera first. I also think I need to put a play here, if I remember right. Okay, now I need to draw this on a canvas, and I've done this before. It's not extremely easy. I think I have some code written some time ago, and it's gonna help me out. It's part of my course, so yeah. In this one, yeah, I think it's in this code. I'm gonna take a look at it. Okay, this is quite complex, many things here, but this looks very similar to what I did. So there is this process video frame function. Okay, I'm gonna create a new application. I just copy maybe the bat and I call it camera, or a webcam. Webcam is better. And webcam extends project. I don't need to worry about that. Draw frame, this is where something is going to happen, and these are extra things I don't need. So I need to take a look at this. It's not trivial. So what happens is This video is the video object I initialized. Okay, this is doing something else, but this thing here is important. If I don't crop the video, if I don't crop the video to the middle part, the different aspect ratios are going to be messed up. Like some browsers are gonna squish the image, some browsers are not gonna squish the image, so I don't get consistent behavior. And I need to do this. I need to do this kind of manual cropping to make it work in Firefox and Chrome, for example, in the same way. And this canvas. So the draw image is pretty standard. The video is here, but this part my mind doesn't work now very well. Yeah. Well, maybe I'll try at some point a pendulum, but at the moment, maybe this webcam is more exciting. Let's see. So, does it work? Let's save it. And I'm gonna go back to the gallery and add here the webcam file and initialize the webcam project to be the first one. And so this one where I copied from, I can close it here, and here if I allow it, no, I have some errors. Okay. Okay, probably it takes some time for me to click yes to that, and this tries to process already. So if video is not null, then I can do these steps. Otherwise, I can't. So hopefully this solves it. Okay. Okay, interesting. It works. So I have this other camera here. Yeah, I have this other camera because when I'm streaming with that camera and I try to access it here, it's gonna give me an error because it's used elsewhere. So I had to use two cameras for this thing to work, and the browser was set up to use this camera. Kind of funny that I look like this static image there when the mouse is not over the app. A bit funny. Okay, but yeah, so this is something. Oh, dark. Okay, let's close this these other pages where I was looking previously. And yeah, okay, so now the webcam works pretty much, but I thought it would be interesting to try to make a mirror also, because now I'm lifting my right hand, but I see the side on the left open, so it doesn't act as a mirror. So maybe flipping the things horizontally could be second app here. Let's see how we would do that. So mirror. I have a function. I wrote it a while ago. Was it here? No. Yeah, okay. These with get image data. So I think that I'm gonna have to check these out. So here I'm drawing the image on the canvas, fine. But after I draw this image, I can still do something with it. Okay, this is unnecessary. I already have this context there. So here, let's flip the image. And maybe I use this code somehow. So I'm gonna get the image data from this context, and then I'm gonna go through the pixels, through the pixel values. I need to swap horizontally. So I'm gonna go until halfway and I have index A and index B where this X is on the opposite side. Let's see, canvas size minus this, so I'm basically mirroring this X here, and I could say that I want to swap these values, I mean the pixel values at A and B. Let's see what happens. So I can have the red component at index A, red, green, blue, and alpha, like that. And maybe I have the components from B. From the second index. And now I want to swap them. Okay, so will this work? This is equal to RB red, green, blue, alpha, and 1, 2, 3 here. So this is one side flipped, and now this is the other side flipped, I hope. What is this? I don't think I need to worry about that. And I still need to do put image data. Starting at 0, 0. Yeah, let's see. It's amazing. Yeah, it actually worked. So this is one and this is the other. So it's flipped horizontally. It's, yeah, just working with this matrix, but a little bit more complicated because of the RGB and A components there. Let's try to make some weird effect, like some kind of maybe I call it HalfFlip. Let's call it HalfFlip. And I only do this part. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so this kind of weird thing where half the image and reflects on the other side and you get this crazy effect. I thought that this is kind of funny to try out. I think I'm approaching app 50, so it's kind of halfway. But maybe I do more of these webcam tricks. They are kind of easy to do, and let's see what happens. I'm gonna try to do more of these image processing things that are not so hard. I mean, just playing around with different values. So the mirror. How about GrayScale? Mhm. I'm just gonna take the average value of red, green, and blue. So by 3. So this average value is what I want to use for all of the components. No more flipping things here, so I go through all of the values and I just have this one index, no more index B. Yeah, so just one index. I will also clean the code a little bit, so in this HalfFlip I don't need this part of code anymore. So now this GrayScale, does it work? Yeah, so it makes the image black and white. And yeah, okay, it's fine. It's getting hard to talk again from all the talking. I could try black and white. Yeah, sure, why not? So in the black and white, it's pretty much the same thing, but I'm gonna binarize this value according to some threshold, like so the values are between 0 and 255. And I'm gonna threshold at 100, and I'm gonna say here that I do that, I want to make the value, let's say that the value is black or white, and if it's below the threshold the value is going to be black, so black and white. Yeah. Let's see if this works. Nope. Okay, yeah, threshold here doesn't have this. Well, it's some black and white. How about multiple colors? So I'm having now two colors, but what if I get the representative colors of this image? So what would be representative colors here? Probably like gray here, some pink here, red here. Yeah, there are not that many colors here. So I was thinking to cluster, to do some clustering of these. Maybe soon. Let's try some easier ones and maybe I recover a little bit. So clustering is not easy to implement right now, and I will try in maybe an hour or so. So let's try to work a little bit with transparency. I've never tried anything like that. So could I use transparency somehow here? Let's see. I'm gonna copy the GrayScale and I'm gonna call it MotionBlur. I don't know if it's gonna really do MotionBlur, but it might. So MotionBlur. Okay, and so this, it could be using GrayScale, or maybe, yeah, I don't do it with GrayScale, I do it with color. So I leave these values untouched. I don't even need to define them here, but I want to change the alpha to have some transparency. So how about I put here something like 100? What happens now? And these don't need to be changed. I don't even need to use the existing alpha value, I think. Will it show the pixels underneath, or will it not? I'm not exactly sure what will happen, but I think it's interesting to find out. No, it doesn't show the pixels that are underneath. It just shows white somehow. Could I do it in some other way? So I'm drawing now the image, and I'm trying this motion blur. I think problem is in the way that I'm doing this get image data. There is also this global alpha property. Does it work if I just do it here and I don't call this function? But if I set some alpha globally, does it take it into consideration? Let's see. Nope. Doesn't work. I think there is a problem because of the implementation that I have that makes all of these so general. When I put global alpha here, wait, was I having errors? Yeah, I'm having errors. I didn't notice this this thing. Maybe something. How about if I lower this value? Okay, wow, it's doing something. So basically you still see part of the previous image underneath. Maybe I'm gonna put a slightly bigger value. there is some kind of motion blur happening. You could make this kind of effect, like pretend that you're running fast, really fast, like do this kind of, and you have this trail, like in the Flash series. So I think this is funny. I like it. Never tried this before. Okay. Of course, you can try to combine them, like the black and white with this effect and things like that, but it's too much. Now I'm thinking inverting the values. Let's try this inverting. So I'm gonna take this. I'm gonna close some of these. Invert.js. GrayScale. And rename it here. Invert. Draw inverted. So here I don't need an average anymore, but I'm going to put the opposite value of RA, so 255 minus RA, and GA BA. I don't know why there is A here. It should be just that. I don't have two indices anymore, like what I did in that flipping case. So basically, if this works, it's gonna look like horrible. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, wow, this cup is really interesting also. These reflections, wow, okay, and now it's dark in the room. Please, room. I have to move to turn the lights back on. Yeah, it's going somehow. This shore is beautiful. Okay, how about would it make sense if I make it, well, I could do brightness and contrast, things like that, but let's do also that. It's basic operation, and I actually think that the brightness in this camera is too much. I think it's a bit too high. Yeah. So let's do also the brightness. So the brightness, Okay. Change brightness, and I'm gonna give it a parameter here, let's say -20. So amount, how much do I want to change these? So I'm gonna basically add this amount to red, green and blue. Some of these operations that I'm doing, they are not really proper. Like for example, averaging to get the grayscale. You would actually need to do a weighted average, and I don't remember exactly what are the values, and I think this brightness contrast thing, this brightness thing, it's not as easy as here. It will work somehow, but it's probably not implemented properly. Like at the university here, we have a whole team that is doing color research. So there are very many things that you need to worry about so that people get the expected outcome. And there is very much mathematics involved. But these simple tricks are easy to do, even though they are not perfect. So let's see if we are gonna get now a darker version of the picture. Yeah. Well, it's definitely darker. Compared to this. Well, this was easy. At least I get a little bit more motivation that I'm doing some of these camera tricks. Let's try some more complicated things. How about if I do it kind of like a checkboard? So maybe I do some modifications in different squares. Would this be possible? I don't know. I'm gonna copy this brightness and I'm gonna say ChessBoard. ChessBoard. I need to add it here. Okay, so in the ChessBoard, I'm going to not have this amount specified anymore, so this is just going to be without a parameter here. And I'm gonna do something to these values. So maybe if I am inside some square, let's say that if I'm inside the odd squares, something happens, and yeah. So the chessboard has like 8 by 8, so 64. If I start off with black, it's going to be ending with white. So then the next row starts with white again. Okay, a little tricky here. Oh, yeah, this is not gonna be easy. Let's see. So I want to know in which of the 8 rows I am. row index is equal to y. So y is from 0 to canvas size, but I would like to know yeah, maybe divided by canvas size divided by 8. So this is gonna give me an index, but I need to floor this value so that I don't get floating points. So how about I try just to debug this, like simple steps, and I say that if a row index is equal to 0, no, if it's even, I'm going to say I'm gonna invert it. Okay. Wow, it worked. So so you're getting these weird lines now, but I want to make it somehow different. I don't know. Here you don't really see much difference between these two colors. It's like the inverted value of this gray is also a similar kind of gray, and I want to see it better. Maybe it's okay. I think it's interesting, but I want to make it as a chessboard. So still some work to do. So I have this row index. Let's make also a column index. So basically same thing, but with the X, I think. Let's just try it alone, and I'm replacing it here with the column index. Yeah, okay. So now I think there is a trick to this. Maybe row index plus column index. Checking if this is odd, if this is even, because then it switches, it flips by one in the next row. I think this is correct. I haven't done these tricks for a very long time, but okay. So I did it. Yeah. Good. What else? How about some kind of green screen effects? Like I have this green screen here. Can I try to detect the green area and make it transparent so that I can have some kind of fake fake background here? Let's see. So I'm gonna copy this chessboard and I'm gonna say GreenScreen .js. Okay. And let's add it here. GreenScreen.js. Now I'm getting the RGB values. I don't need this row index, column index stuff from the grid. But what I want to do is modify the alpha. That's the only thing that I want to do. If these values, if this value here of RGB is some kind of green color, so of course I could check something like if if R is equal to 0 and green is equal to 255 and blue is equal to 0, then change the alpha to be transparent. I could do that. But the problem is this will not work. So it doesn't work because the greens are so many different. What? Oh. Okay. So maybe I move this camera here where the green screen is and try to work with these colors somehow. Let's put it so that I see also a little bit of the background because I don't want to remove the background by mistake. Let's see. I'm gonna click here and make it so that I get the color of this pixel. I think I did this already. Maybe I search for pixel. Get pixel at. Yeah. So when I click, location. So when I click get pixel at location in CTX, so in our context, and color equal to that, and I'm going to log it. Okay. So I'm clicking different parts of this green, and you can see some quite different values here. There is a strong green, but blue is almost as strong, and red is not very much. So it's kind of bluish, greenish color here, even though if I look at the green, it looks really green. So this camera here, it's not really showing the true things. You can actually see a little better the color if you look at the camera where you see me. This computer here, it's showing the color more truthfully, actually. But yeah, I could try to put one of these values there. Let's see what happens. So instead of, oops, instead of 0, 255 and 147, yeah, and 0, I put these values. And if I do that, it might do something. Yeah. So you see that some of the pixels there are disappearing like that, but very, very few. So they are those pixels that have exactly those 3 values that I wrote there. And I need to have a function that is a little bit more tolerant to these values. So I'm going to calculate the distance between some color that I have here. I'm going to specify it as a vector here in the constructor. Like that. And here I'm going to pass it as a base color. So now I'm gonna use it here and compare it. If base color, if similar base color and this other color that I am looking at right now, so RGB, make it transparent. So this is the idea. And my similar is actually going to be based on the Euclidean distance that that I already implemented before. So function similar color A and color B, I'm gonna also use a threshold here. So first I compute the distance. Between the 2 colors. So this is now distance between 2 colors in a color space. So the RGB color space. Maybe I try to visualize it so that you get the idea better, but let's see if this works. I think it will work. I've done something like this a while ago. Yeah, so if this distance is less than a value, let's say 10, I'm gonna say that they are similar. Else, I'm gonna return false. So I'm just gonna write similar here because these are vectors in color space. So I know that all these operations are with vectors. A threshold is better to add it here because then we can control this similar function better. I'm gonna put the threshold 10 here and use the threshold value here. So let's see now what happens. It's better. So it's better because I don't just compare that these functions are, that these values, base color and whatever pixel of the image are identical. I allow some kind of tolerance here, and if I put a larger tolerance like 40, might be too much or not. So seems to work quite nicely. It's removing the green from the picture, just the green, and let's try even 50. Okay, wow, this is nice. So you can see now my hand going in front of this green, and the sides of my hand are a little affected by this, but not very much. Let's try even more, but I think it's gonna go into the wall color. Yeah, you see it's going there. My hand now has even less of this green border around it. Yeah, it's kind of okay. It's not perfect, but let's just say that I have seen worse green screen in in serious broadcasts, so I think this is fine. I would like to make it so that this base color that I'm removing from here is selectable. Like maybe I'm going to click on it, and when I click on it I will replace this color with the base color there. So this get pixel at yeah, it returns RGB string. I don't like it. Get pixel array at, I'm going to define a new function here. It's gonna be better, and I'm gonna look how this function looks like and modify it a little bit. So Yeah, so then I get the value here, and when I click, now it's this array. I don't need the alpha, I'm just looking at the color values. These white areas return 0, 0, 0. But these green areas return a color array. So I think that what I want to do is, when I click, I'm going to say something like this base color is equal to the color that I'm reading on this pixel which I clicked. So now I could initialize this base color with black, for example, anything, default initialization, and if I click on the screen here, it updates the value. Yeah, okay. This threshold could be some kind of slider, but I don't feel like implementing it anymore. I'm really getting tired. Maybe I will. Let's see. Yeah. What's next? Background detection. Okay. So it's possible to do it so that you keep the image data from a previous frame and you compare it with the image data of a current frame. And in that case, you could make the same effect as this green screen, but without the green screen, kind of. So basically, you calculate the difference between a background that you recognize once and then anything that changes in the image, like some new character that comes in. And I think that we could do that and see what happens. So I'm gonna call it NoGreenScreen, just because it's kind of like a green screen but not quite. And I'm gonna try to do it as good as possible, but let's see. Do background difference. So what I want to do is, when I click on the screen, I want the system to memorize the background. Let's see. So it won't matter anymore what location I'm clicking. Background image data is gonna be null in the beginning, but when I'm clicking, I'm gonna say this context get image data from the whole canvas. And now with the entire image data here, I just store it in this background image data. And later, when I'm drawing these frames, I'm going to check the current image that I am drawing compared with this background image data. So here in the background difference, okay, I don't need this these functions anymore, they already exist. But here, if it's similar, and not the base color, but okay, so from the background, not the base color here, but background image data. So if it's similar, the background image data with the current pixel by pixel. So if this pixel in the background image data is similar, maybe I'm gonna put a smaller value here. If it's similar to the current pixel, then I'm gonna put the value to be transparent. It means that probably nothing new is in the picture. So yeah, it's probably just the same background now. So let's see. And I should only do this check if background image data is not null. So if it's null in the beginning, this will return an error because there are no things at any index here, or no data object even. So if this is not null, then we do that. Now refreshing and well, so far nothing is here, but again the idea is that I go out of the screen like this, and now I click on the screen, and now after I clicked on the screen I can come in the screen, and you see that something happens in the background, so it's not perfect. This is because, well, because of several reasons. All this fidgeting that you see there on the background, those kind of pixels that are moving, they are because of different amounts of noise in the camera sensor. But the camera also has these kind of adjustments capabilities. I'm not sure if I can show it here, but basically if I cover it with my hand like this and then I move my hand, you can see that the lightness changes because it allows more light to go in, or when I'm covering it. So these kind of changes happen when I get in and out from the image, and now you can see that the background is disappearing because me in the image is affecting this background. So I mean, it's affecting the amount of light that the camera lets in. It has its own clever system of doing this. So unless you have some kind of a camera that can have this fixed exposure, this will not work really well. I could try to make this value bigger, but then it may start to remove parts of my body. Yeah, it's doing that. So, well, it's something, but I prefer the green screen. It's more stable somehow, and you can click the green screen when you are also in the picture, so you can get the green color that you want to subtract from there. Okay. Is it possible that I put some kind of fake background? Let's see. I'm gonna copy this green screen and say fake background. Let's add it here. So this functionality should be the same as the green screen removal. I don't need these, they are already there. And I don't need this function per se. I think I can just do green screen. So I don't want to have redundant code there that I just copied. Okay. Yeah, so it seems like I can remove it, and I'm gonna try to move the camera back there where the green screen is in just a moment. But how could I draw something behind it? So this do green screen function is going to put an image data on top. Basically, it's gonna replace anything that I have on the background. Okay. Instead of this put image data, I had before this add image, add canvas, or add to canvas. So this adding over this. So I think that if the green screen would draw on a different canvas, and then I would add the canvas. Let's check again this green screen function. So now it's putting, getting the image data and putting it on the same location. But if I give it a secondary context, and if secondary context is not null, then I'm gonna draw on this secondary context instead. Now if I refresh this page, I think that if I go to if I go to the green screen, it still works, but here I want to do something else. So in the fake background, I want to give it another context. So again, that kind of temporary context here. I will open something like not that. Something like this, where I'm creating a temporary context, like that. And now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pass it temporary context here. So the green screen is gonna not disturb my current image anymore. It's gonna take from it the values and post on this temporary context. So you actually don't see anything happening. But now the question is, can I use that method that I had here with add to canvas? Let's see. So I'm gonna just draw black, draw dark, what was it called? Draw dark background. I'm going to use draw dark background on this context, and then the green screen goes on this context. And now that other function, this add to canvas, I hope this works. Nope. So what is wrong here? Well, let's check again how this add to canvas function looks like. Oh, I hope this was the problem. Okay. Yeah, so let's try it with the green screen here. It's changing the hue too much. It's changing the hue too much. I think in the green screen function I should also allow a way to set the threshold here. And I'm going to put a higher value for this threshold in this other app. Okay, how about even higher? If I select here a darker value from this location, it actually turns everything black, but yeah. A little bit bad. I think that the lighting is bad in the room. It's not really gonna work. Yeah, the light is kind of bad in the room. It's not gonna work that great. At least not with this camera. Let's try a smaller value here. Yeah, so some things are better in this with this threshold. There is a problem there, and that one comes because there is a shadow casted in my green screen. So this is quite tedious thing to fix when you have when your green screen isn't perfect. And here I think there is serious problem with the color value that this camera produces. It's just really far from the green that I see in the room. Good morning, everybody. Yeah. Okay. So I could try some other color. I have this mattress here. So this is now a red screen, but it looks better, but for people it's not really good. So our skin is actually, it has quite much red in it, and if you use red as the default color, it will take away part of your skin very likely. That's why this green screen or blue screen are used when doing this. Of course, if you're gonna use some other object there, like maybe these bananas or this drink, then it's gonna be better. But yeah, that's expected. So yeah, some things look better than others, and I never seen anyone using red screen because of this skin issue. Yeah, but I think that I'll be right back and try to do some new things with this. Maybe, so now we have this fake black background here, and maybe I'm gonna add something to it and see how it looks like. But, couple of minutes break. morning. Good morning, good morning. Hope you slept well. Yeah, I think that I'm gonna have a little rest and go through the projects that I made and think a little bit about what I should do next with the things. So let's see. I have the starry night, I have these constellations, this constellation, the shooting stars are here, the snowfall. I didn't do this retro TV, so maybe this is one thing that I can still do. Yeah, let me make some notes. Retro TV with the camera. Then this is the rain. This is the fire, cloud, moon, this aurora, and then this kind of like drawn rainbow here. This is not really how an oak looks like. I needed to give a name to it, and it's definitely not so much like a spruce here. This is not a spruce either, but more similar. Then that, this kind of lightning, many lightning strikes, but of course you could use them, not animating so much of them, but a little bit. Forest, dark forest, and here I'm putting on the background this aurora borealis. Yeah, this white forest with the snowing, burning forest, gloomy forest, and then we had those sounds. The basic oscillator, using this envelope to ramp up and down the gain, this amplitude. Then this piano, so these things needed the buttons, the button implementation. So I have buttons now, and they are quite sophisticated. Like, I can give them any shape I want and they will work with the click detection, and good click detection based on color values on a separate canvas. Then I could play music. And different sound effects like this laser. I added even more higher pitched values here from the next octave. Then I made some kind of engine sound effect, playing two different notes at the same time with frequencies that don't belong together. Then of course this whiteboard, I used it to draw many things in the game development or object creation here. Okay, this now doesn't really look that great, but I thought that this is a spaceship. So this is drawn with different curves based on some points I defined on the whiteboard, and then I made it look like it's going through space somehow, moving these stars, but in a different way than the snow is moving. And I used the fire to make it look like this is an ignition here. So the fire particles coming from the back, just a random polygon generations. So yeah, and here I had this steering added, some kind of asteroids, those gray polygons, random polygons that are coming. Oh my, I forgot that this one actually is the working game. Okay, I forgot that I made the explosion sound also. Wow, that scared me again. I think it's the second time when it happened. So here you have some kind of score that gets better and better when your asteroids are passing you, when you basically successfully avoided an asteroid. Yeah, and you restart when you die. But okay, then this explosion visual effect here, which happens when you hit something, and the explosion noise is also there. This is the noise. Then I also made a shooting variant where you get points from destroying asteroids. So yeah, then the bat. This is now a very artistic rendition of a bat. Again, drawn on the whiteboard that I made, and then using those tricks to get the point coordinates to make them into vector shapes. And I animated the bat by interpolating these point locations from up to down using some sinusoidal function. So yeah, of course I could design better bat, but no time. This is the bat. It also works with the mouse. This was a failed experiment that kind of looks like the bat is on fire. But I decided to keep it. Game. So idea is to move the bat with your mouse up and down, and avoid fire particle walls that are being generated there. I wanted to make it go through circles, but I couldn't do it. This implementation of some parts of the projects is so dumb, so stupid that I can't make it. I can't make particles go behind the bat and in front of the bat, so it had to be like that. like this. And if I hit the wall, then the bat turns into fire and falls down, and then I can restart the game. There is also another variant of this that is like Flappy Bird, where you have to click many times with the mouse so that it goes upwards. Similar game otherwise, but here it restarts automatically after this timer goes off. Otherwise you would instantly restart when you click and be in the middle of the flames there. Needed this special logic. Then a webcam. So this is the other webcam, because that webcam is in use, and if I try to initialize it in the browser, it's gonna give me an error. So I had to use this other webcam instead. Mirror version of the webcam, so basically same thing, but in the mirror view I pretty much just flipped the matrix of pixel values. Then some very weird thing here. I thought that it's a funny thing if I try to flip half the image. And some other things like this GrayScale effect. I started to work with pixel values, thresholding values, so that I get the black and white. Here I have some kind of blurriness added, this kind of motion blur. So basically I'm drawing the new frames slightly transparent over the other frames, and you can kind of still see the previous frames before. You can use it to do some kind of special effects of running really quickly. Yeah. Then very beautiful inverting the image, brightness adjustment, I made it a bit darker, and some very weird looking things here with this chessboard pattern. Then the green screen, already getting close to the end, so you can click on part of the image that you want to use as the green screen, and this is my green screen here that is being taken out, but it's not really good because my camera sucks. I mean, it's a good camera, but it always adjusts its how do you call it, the amount of light that it takes in, and if I try to get in the screen where it's the green screen there, then it starts to see different shades of green that it was trained to detect. So I can use it a little bit with the green screen, but it's not fantastic. Then the same thing, but trying to do it without the green screen, so basically background detection. This is based on that you get out of the screen, and then when you click it learns this background and it tries to do a difference from that background to the new things that come in. But again, you can see some kind of artifacts here because of the lighting and the camera. So if I go out of the screen, the lightness adjusts again and it looks good, but yeah, different issues with the hardware and the lighting in the room. So many of these cameras are too smart for what I'm trying to do. Like they are trying to regulate these things. And then the fake background, I added a black value here over this green screen. And I was thinking that maybe I do something more with this, or maybe move to some other project. I don't like it very much because it's so choppy. So I think I give up on the green screen and I do something else. But those were the things. And how many are there? $56. Yep. Maybe I start to do some kind of physics simulations. I hope I can still focus on those. Yeah, let's try to do that. And I also have some things on this other slide. Yeah, let's add some kind of physics simulations next. I think that would be nice. A change of things. Let's do this pendulum. Or let's just start with particle physics. Or pendulum is fine. It's gonna take some work, but it's gonna do it. I want to do it with some specific method that I can build upon later on. Yeah, let's see. So pendulum.js. Now, my pendulum is basically gonna be made of particles, and later I'm going to make MultiPendulum, so it will have this kind of chaotic behavior. So simple pendulum has just two particles, one that is static and it's going to be the attachment where it's hanging on, and the other one just balances with the gravity. So I'm not going to program pendulum equations like sine, amplitude, these things. I'm going to try to simulate based on some kind of gravity. Okay. Let's see how this will go. Yeah. So let's call this particles, a new array, and I'm gonna remove this thing from the previous project I opened, and yeah, here in the draw frame nothing is useful. Too much talking. Okay, particles, a class. I'm going to initialize it at the location, so I'm going to pass it as an argument, and the specific method I'm doing, it's called Verlet integration. You will see why it's important. The typical way of doing it is it's Euler integration, but because I'm going to plan to work more with physics, if my mind works, this Verlet integration gives a more decent response, something that you would expect to see, and less of these glitchy behaviors. Good morning, everybody. So this Verlet integration works under the idea that you always recompute the velocity without storing the velocity specifically. You recompute it from the old location of the particle before it moved the last time. So I'm going to consider this particle to be stopped in the beginning and initialize it with the same location there. And the particle is going to have some update function where I'm going to add to it. What am I going to add? Well, any kind of forces, things like gravity, for example, wind, if I want to add, or some kind of mouse interaction could also be here. But let's see how this will go. So there's a little linear algebra here, and the first thing that you want to do is now measure the velocity based on the past location and the current location. So basically if your particle is here currently and before it was here, so old location and now the current location, so these can be seen as vectors starting in this upper right corner, upper left corner, this 0 0, and you could look at them as this kind of offsets from that 0 0. So then the velocity that you are calculating here is going to be this vector that you get through subtraction. So subtracting one from the other gives you that one, and that's basically your velocity. But the good thing about this is that if some other forces affect, like let's say gravity pulls you down, then your velocity is going to be always recomputed automatically based on whatever the new location is relative to the old one that you memorized. So it doesn't matter if you get some forces like gravity or wind or maybe some kind of collisions happening. This method always recomputes the velocity based on old location and whatever happened in between. And this actually reduces very much complexity here and also looks somewhat realistic, even though it's just an estimation, so don't trust it entirely. It's not good for research, for some kind of scientific explanations. But let's see. So how do we do this? I'm going to say that this equals to subtract so this is you can call it velocity. Then to get the new location you need to take the current location, so and add to it the velocity that I just calculated. And then what's also important is that you update the old location to what the current location is going to be, so you prepare it for the next frame. And update location using the new location. So if I'm gonna pass to this update function some kind of any kind of array of forces, let's say I'm gonna add parameters here, I could continue to modify here the new location based on not just the velocity from the previous to the current location, but also any other influence. So we will try that. Let's put here, okay, my light is off. We're gonna put here some array of forces. Forces, and I'm going to go through all of them. I'm going to say new location is equal to add the new location with the given force. Okay. Yes, and I'm gonna also write a method to draw this particle. So I'm gonna draw it on a given context, and I'm gonna say I'm gonna draw it at this location, so at its current location, with some kind of fixed size. Let's put here a radius and a full circle, so like that. And now let's fill it. And in this draw frame, maybe I need to open the project called, well, the file called project, and remember how these functions look like that clear the background. Yeah, maybe clear the background. So when we are drawing frames, I'm gonna say clear the background of this context, and draw all particles from this array. First, update the particles, because they may need to move. And draw particles. Okay, and this yeah, so for each of these I want to update them with, I will update them with given force, with also with the gravity force. So let's put here to consider G, and our gravity is going to be maybe 5, but a vector, so 0 movement on the x-axis and 5 movement downwards on the y-axis, and this is missing here. Then draw particles, I need to send it the context where to draw these particles. Yeah, so here I'm missing the force, so at the moment I'm only considering G, and this is an array of forces here. I declared it like that, so I'm gonna say it like this. Maybe I'm gonna add some other things later, I'm not sure. And here I'm gonna draw it on the given context. So yeah, now this is pretty much it, but I think that I'm lacking some functions here. Like, I know that I have the add function somewhere, but I don't think I have the subtract function. Let's see. Yeah, I didn't define it yet. It's a bit messy. I'm gonna put it here. Because I didn't make a place where I hold all of these kinds of functions. It should have been some kind of common class, but too time consuming to refactor now. And it's the same as the add, but I need to put a minus there. Is this it? Let's see. So it's already declared here and here. Time for the errors. Well, there are no errors, but there are no pendulums either. Well, I didn't declare any particles here, so maybe I try to add some. Let's put it in the top of the top part of the canvas. Yeah. Now this is just one particle, but let's see if it works. I prefer to debug it like this. Okay, it's something here. It's being drawn with the same color of that Did I make a mistake here? Because this should accelerate faster. And I don't see a change. mix these up. Okay, this initialize canvas initialize camera function is kind of annoying because I'm not testing the camera at the moment, so I'm maybe gonna disable it and hope that there are no bugs. Okay, yeah, so now it's accelerating, but this gravity, it's too much, so I'm gonna put less value there and try to see it better. Okay, so this is something more decent. Now, what do we do with the particles that fall out of the screen? So let's make a few more particles here. Okay, and they fall out of the screen, and this is something that we may not like. I would like to see them staying on the screen if possible. So so we could bound the particles to the screen size. So every time we are updating them, before we draw them, we bound particles to the screen region. So I'm gonna pass all of them here to this function and write it here. Yeah, nothing like that needed, but I'm gonna go through each of them and check if the most important thing at the moment is the one at the bottom, so the y-axis, and if it's exceeding the size of the canvas. Then I want it to do something. Let's just put it on the bottom there, for now at least. So if it goes more than the canvas size, it stays at the canvas size. So now doesn't work. So yeah, the particle has the location, and that one has the different dimensions there. So now they are stopped here. Let's also draw them with black color. It's easier to see. So okay, Okay. Good. But to draw these kind of, to make the pendulum, these particles are not enough. I also need to have some kind of a segment between the particles that keeps the same distance all the time. So I need another object to work with here. The segment, it's going to be defined between two particles, and when I define it in the beginning, I'm going to assume that the particles are at the correct distance from each other here. So so basically I'm going to store the two particles here, and the length of this segment is going to be distance of these two particles. Now that's just fine. I could draw it. I'm gonna copy this particle function for drawing, and to draw the segment I'm going to let's make it some more colorful example. So the stroke style blue, and move to this particle A location, and line to particle B location. So this is going to link the two particles that I created the segment in between, and because I'm drawing a line here, I need to do that. Now the most important part of the segment is the update function, because this needs to guarantee that the particles do not go further or closer from each other than this length that was used to initialize them. So there's a little bit more algebra here. Basically, the idea is that if for whatever reason this is the initial length, and due to some kind of forces, if this one goes like that and this one goes like that, then something needs to happen to these to become the same length as they used to be before. Now I could get this vector again using subtraction, but I will also need to calculate a magnitude difference between this vector and this vector. So if I'm gonna get the difference in magnitude between these, it's gonna be a scalar value equal to something like that. So this part equal to this part, and this is the extra thing that I'm going to have here. So this extra length here, I'm going to call it m for magnitude. This needs to be divided by 2, and basically this point has to move in that direction with m divided by 2, and this point has to move in this direction with m divided by 2, so that the length of these two segments stays the same on every update. So it's not too difficult, I think, but I will need to implement a couple of more functions like the magnitude. I could also normalize it. There are many ways of doing this, but yeah. Yeah, still doing it. Way behind the 100 apps objective, but I think this is interesting experience. I didn't know that I could do so many different things and change the topic so quickly, so yeah. So let's see. So now to get this vector here, I'm gonna call it difference equals to subtract this particle A location and this particle B location. Now the magnitude from here, the magnitude of this difference okay, let's call this new length, because now we're gonna calculate difference between the new length and the last length, and it makes more sense as a variable. Like that. And now with this difference I need to I will need to normalize, maybe. Yeah, I need to normalize and then scale using this half difference. So this this is a vector, kind of stupid name here. Okay, so and then I need to move particle A. Using its current location and scaling the normalized vector with half the difference as magnitude. So this is what I'm gonna do with particle A, and particle B is gonna be very similar. It's just a minus here. Well, let's see, does this work? I need to implement a couple of more functions here. So I need magnitude of a single vector. So this is like again like the distance function, so it's the Pythagorean theorem, but you only have one vector here, and you don't do the difference anymore because these vectors are assumed to start in the origin, and I need to return the square root of this. Now, okay. Yeah, so this is fine. It should be fine. The normalizing it's just scaling v with 1 divided by the magnitude. So it's gonna become a unit vector. It's nothing too complicated here. But I don't know if I have the scale function written. Okay. Yeah, it's written already. I forgot. Okay, so I'm normalizing, scaling, doing the magnitude, and now the bugs. Let's see what happens. Well, nothing happens because I haven't declared any segments yet, of course. I'm gonna put here some segments, and let's make all the segments between these points. So these segments push a new segment. Like that. So the first and second particle, the second and third particle, and the first and third particle. Yeah, okay, they are there, but I'm never drawing them. So similar how I have draw particles and update particles, I'm gonna need to make draw segments and update segments. Yeah, let's just keep them here next to the draw and update functions. Segments. These update without the parameter here. They just need to keep the same length that they were initialized with. And draw segments is segments, drawing them on the context, so pretty much the same kind of function. So refreshing now. I'm not calling them, I just defined them. So Is it now gonna work? No. Okay. What is wrong? Updating the particles, the segments, drawing the segments on the canvas. Okay, so why when I do these it doesn't show the particles anymore, but it doesn't give any error. Now it draws some segments there, but I'm not updating them, so okay, let's check this code. Yeah, it could be I made some mistake. So I have a length, this distance between the two particles, then I get from A to B, get the magnitude of this subtracted vector, the differences between that, I normalize it, and then I modify particle A and particle B with this. I think it should be correct, but something is wrong. I wonder if I mixed them up again, like before. Let me try this. No, they are just not showing there. So I get this value. The magnitude, I normalize. So this should be the extra one. Let's try to create a single segment and debug the value here. So wow, something is really weird. Let's put a breakpoint. Now, yeah, okay, so this is correct. Then magnitude of this This is correct, I think. This is like diagonal of the square. So this should be square root of 2. Then the difference, this length. I think this was the problem. Let's see. Not just that. What? The distance function works with locations here. Still something wrong. Oh, some problem with the normalization. So yeah, many mistakes. Wow, okay. Now I have a feeling that I mixed those up. Did I change them at some point? These values here. I have to look more careful if this doesn't fix it. Okay, I'm not sure what happened there, but let's try to add the other two segments now and see what happens. So something weird happens. Okay, this is not very easy to explain what's happening here, but I'm gonna try. So when these bottommost points are touching the ground, the top point, the top particle is still moving down, and then these two cannot move more down because they are bounded, so this has to move more up to constrain these values. So basically some kind of a springiness happens because of this implementation. Now this is not really proper thing to have. And another issue is that these like if the first segment here is going to be repaired because it's stretching, then the next segment here is also going to be repaired, but then it may break whatever happened to the first segment here in the first place. So this is an iterative process, and if you want to get a more rigid kind of motion, then it would need to have more more iterations before you display the value of the segment. So that could be done here in the update segments, probably calling it multiple times. I think that would be enough, but let's see. So far we are not there yet. So what I want to do is actually make a pendulum using two particles here and a segment between them. So these are now my two particles, but one of them I want to have it fixed. So I'm going to modify the particle constructor to take another argument is fixed, and yeah. Now if this is fixed, it will not be updated here. Its locations won't change because it's not subject to gravity or things like that. And I just return. So no updates here. And I'm gonna say that the first particle that I create here is going to be fixed. You can see something weird happens. Basically, it's not fixed. It's kind of moving downwards at a really, really slow pace. It's kind of interesting. And now at the end here, it's balancing on one tip. So what happens here is that the segment update step is moving both of these particles half the extra distance towards each other or away from each other to guarantee that they are still at the same distance away. So the thing is, if one particle is fixed, I shouldn't do that. I should not move it, but move the other one the whole distance. So I'm gonna try to do that if this particle A is fixed. Is not fixed, and particle B is not fixed, then I just do what I have here. Else, if this particle A is not fixed, I'm going to move it the full difference here, not just half, because B is gonna be fixed. One of them has to be in this case. Else, it's the opposite. So I'm gonna move B like that. And now I have something that kind of looks like a pendulum. And I find this quite interesting because, yeah, let's add this other particle more down, somewhere lower, like 0.7 here. The reason why I find it interesting is because it it stops it's kind of like I implemented friction into the system, even though I didn't implement any kind of friction into the system. So this is an error caused by the way the movement is estimated and yeah, and simulated. So if you think about what is happening here, we have this particle here, and this is static, and it's linked to this particle here. Now, this particle is only influenced by gravity, like this, the gravity force that I defined there. So moving it, it's gonna be moved here, and that's gonna be like the starting point. But then after it's here, the segment update step is going to look at it and see that it's too far away from this other location. So this point will not move, it's static, and this point here is going to go right here, so that these lengths are going to be the same. That's what happens in the segment update step. But yeah, let's see a little more. So what's next? Now this is becoming old location, and this is the new location. So our next movement is going to be this vector applied here, followed by the same gravity force applied here, and then segment updating step is going to figure out that this is too far away, and it's gonna make it shorter again. But the thing is, this gravity force, if it would have been applied in smaller intervals, like if you would make this a continuous movement, you would not have these kind of errors anymore. So here you're actually moving it less than what you would move it normally, because this gravity is gonna give more horizontal momentum like this. You are ignoring it when you're simply cutting this this segment short here without considering all this force that is coming here distributed into that direction as well. So this is now an underestimate of the location where this point should be. It's probably going to be somewhere here, but this Verlet integration doesn't take this aspect into consideration, so it doesn't try to compensate for that. But it does compensate for these two forces, and if you will have some kind of wind or whatever, it's going to take that into consideration, and then these segment constraints are going to move it back to here. So yeah, end result is that this kind of looks like what you expect to have in real life, but a little counterintuitive, because it stops. So eventually it stops, even though I didn't implement friction directly in it. So it looks kind of like expected, but a little surprising if you really look into details. You would expect in a world without friction that this pendulum goes on forever. That's how it should go. Okay, but anyway, so yeah, this is fine. I'm going to move it a little bit more to the side. So it has a bigger push in the beginning. This is now the pendulum. So I'm gonna save this into MultiPendulum.js and add it here, the new project, MultiPendulum. And I'm going to add the third particle here as an example, and I'm going to link it to the second particle. So not doing anything else into the code, just this. I have an error. Pendulum is not defined. Okay, I'm not sure why, but I anyway need to remove these things from here. Where is Pendulum? I think this was fine. It was running just well. I don't need this extra code. And in the MultiPendulum, I don't need all this bottom code. So the particles, the segments, and the update functions are there where I first generated the pendulum. So all this code goes away. I don't have to reuse it. Just the initial setup here is what matters. Okay, kind of a weird configuration to start, but it hits the bottom and it does some weird movement here. I'm gonna modify these a little bit. Yeah, this looks kind of okayish, like what I would expect. I'm gonna try to add some kind of mouse interaction here, so that I can move some of these objects around somehow. Like maybe I want to get the nearest point, the nearest particle, and swing it around a bit and see what happens. So let's try to add that to this MultiPendulum. In the project I have now this move down and up methods that need to be implemented here. So when I do this down, I'm gonna need a function get nearest particle. Yeah, and I'm gonna initialize it with this variable. So this is gonna be some attribute here. And when I do the mouse up, this is gonna release it So no more selected particle. And when I move it, it's gonna do this selected particle that location is equal to location. So the location of my mouse basically is given to this whatever the selected particle is. So what I need to do here is find the nearest particle. I don't have a function for that. And I have to iterate through all of them, so yeah, I also need them. So this is now some generic function here. I want to keep it like this. If I will extend, I don't want to extend the pendulum, so I prefer this to be a general function here, and it would work with any particles not part of this pendulum there. Maybe not the best way I write it now, but yeah, so particles. And I need the minimum, the one with minimum distance, so finding the minimum. Get nearest particle to the location. So this is important here. Like that. So I need the location, and going through all particles, I have to calculate the distance from this particle to the given location where the mouse is. So distance particles of I dot location and the mouse location. And if this distance is less than the minimum distance, I replace it, and I can say yeah, that this is the nearest particle, and I return it here. Okay. Okay, now is this it? I don't know. Let's try. Okay, somehow the mouse is interacting with it, but it moves on its own if I stop moving the mouse. So I think that what I want to do is while I'm moving it, I want to have it fixed because of the mouse location. So I'm not sure how this will really look like, but it could be that the mouse location, the mouse restriction is going to be too strict. So then those segment updates parts are let's see. I'm curious. I don't remember what happens here, so I did something like this a year ago. Let's see. This selected particle is fixed, is equal to true, and when I release it, I put it to false. I have to be careful I don't pick up the fixed one at the top, because then the pendulum is going to fall, but it doesn't matter. Can be interesting to check that out also. So yeah, oh, this before making it null again. Yeah. And I want to update this location also here in the down. So this is nice. So the segment update step is actually fixing it so that I can't move it closer. Interesting. Yeah, okay. Here you can see that the smaller one is making more movements than the large one. So this is what happens also in real life, and it's expected. It's interesting. I think the method works nicely, and I don't think that I made a mistake when I implemented it now. Some crazy things are happening when I'm releasing the mouse, so this is some weird behavior. I'm not sure what is happening here. Let's try again. I know. The old location. The old location is needs to be updated to the same value while this is down, and while this is moving. Otherwise, because it skips it. in the update part. So here, if it is fixed, I return, so the old location never changes. And that means that if I pick it up somewhere here, well, now when I pick it up, it's way out in the on the side somewhere, so the old location stays very, very far away. And when I release it, it jumps there, so it thinks that it needs to move from that old location to in the opposite direction. So I needed to modify also this old location, and basically I leave the particle static when I release it. Let's see. Oh, I was showing this PowerPoint all the time. Great. Yeah, maybe I should check the stream more often. But yeah, now it's more, it's like this. Yeah, that's stupid. Yeah, I think this could be used to do many different types of applications, but let's see. Okay, so I have the MultiPendulum here. What else I have on the list? I thought that I tried to make a well, I have rigid objects, so let's try that one. I'm gonna copy this MultiPendulum. Rigid objects. Yeah, and here let's connect also this last two particles, so I'm getting that triangle again. Okay, and see it again now after the many bug fixes and added interaction here. I need to add this rigid objects to the gallery. So now it's like this. It's connected with rigid segments, and if I click this and release it, it's gonna fall. It's not that rigid, it seems. It's a little bouncy here. But let's try that trick to iterate more times. The update segments. Let's see. So I'm going back to the Pendulum file, and here we have update particles, update segments. I'm bounding the particles. Yeah, this should be after the segments. They might escape after these updates. Let's try to copy this a couple of times, so the same code here. See if we notice anything different in the rigidity. Not that much. Let's try a for loop with many iterations. No, and I'm getting some errors here. Okay, maybe there is a error. So well, yeah, one of the things is that here it could be null, and I didn't check for that. Okay, I think this error is in other things also. Damn, this is duplicate code here. I was hoping to avoid it. So this get nearest particle, I think it's already declared somewhere, not in Pendulum but in MultiPendulum. Yeah. Okay, so I don't need that one here. It's just overriding it. And I want to make sure that this bug doesn't happen here. This is not implemented in the simple pendulum here, so yeah, this is weird. Oh, that's Atolika. I think there is a bug. I just can't figure it out. Let's increase this really much. Oh, wait. Oh, I was updating this pendulum. Damn, how did I let this duplicate code here? Yeah. Okay, back to this rigid objects. I think that this should work. Yeah, it is more rigid now. It doesn't collapse on itself like before. And I think the more you add, the better. So this was my mistake. I was modifying the wrong file. Great. Okay. You can see here that there is actually no friction at all in this implementation. Okay, but what else can we do with this? Actually, I thought that I could try to make a flag. Let's see. Rigid objects, I'm going to copy it into a flag. And open it here. Okay, so we are gonna add some kind of gravity, definitely. Maybe I'm gonna add also some wind, or let's leave it just with gravity for now. And now particles, segments, and so on. I want to have this kind of grid pattern, so it's gonna be a flag made of particles in a grid shape, and I will connect them using probably triangles somehow. So I think it's gonna work. I made some kind of similar things, but never flags. Let's see. So how many particles do I want horizontally and vertically? Let's start with some kind of square flag. So and 10 by 10. Okay, I'm gonna isolate the function here. So create flag, and I'm gonna create it in the middle of the canvas. This could have some parameters for how detailed I want it to be, but yeah, it can be like this for now. Let's see what happens. So I tried to create a flag, at least some points, particles, and I'm getting error. Yeah, this is going to be a vector here, so no need to give it more. Okay. The location that I give it at start, I have an ing variable which makes a vector. Oh. Yeah, no, this is not. It needs to be normalized. So messy code, so messy code. Wonder if it would have been better to spend more time in refactoring when I noticed the issues than moving on with some of the things. Yeah, okay. Oh, this needs closing. Yeah, okay. Way too close to each other. So still very close. Let's move it a bit to the left, to the top, and scale this more. Okay, so now I have points, these particles that are generating here on the stage, and they are just falling. They don't have any segments between them. I'm gonna try to add those. So the particles are here. this array, and it should be in order. So let's see. Okay. This. Okay, now some segments appear here, but they are weird. They are connected vertically like this, but then also, yeah, kind of funny things happening. Wow, look at that. No, so I don't want the particles to be connected from one end to the other end like that, definitely. I want them to be connected vertically like this and horizontally, but not not this kind of end to end what happens here. Okay, I think I can do it in this for loop. So if I is greater than 0 and j is greater than 0, so I have something. If I is greater than 0, I have something to the left, definitely. Oh. Okay. Let's do it here. So I removed those in those weird connectors. Now I just have something very funny happening here. They fall perfectly on top of each other and a little bit springy there. Of course I can move it around like some kind of really complicated pendulum. And I have many of them. It's kind of funny. But I want to make the flag. So where is the flag? I need to also connect to the left. I think this should work. Okay. Okay. Little better, a little better. It's not really a flag, it's more of a, I'm not sure what it is. It's kind of like a cloth, but it's not attached to anything. Getting there. I think there is one connection missing. This one, top here, top left. I think I have to put a greater or, yeah, I think that one was missing. Okay, now it's fixed. But how about I also try to connect some diagonals inside. Anyway, I think this is quite nice. I'm gonna make the first particles, the first yeah, if okay, how about that wind? So I'm gonna generate wind. I'm gonna put it in the right direction. Let's say 8, 0 downwards, so just to the right. And when I update particles, here why did I do this? I had the idea to have an array, so yeah, so this one, update particles, just G, but array. Forces, okay, MultiPendulum, RigidObjects, and the flag. So in the flag now I have two forces. I have the gravity and I have the wind. Let's see if this works. Is it becoming more general this way? Yeah, kinda looks funny. I mean, that's not how a flag looks like, right? It's too perfect, somehow too uniform. Maybe if I play with it a little bit, no. Well, it can look like a flag, but it really stabilizes quickly. So the thing is that the wind does not really impact the same in every spot, and once it begins a small difference, I think that it's going to distort the object significantly. So maybe this wind should be scaled with some kind of let's try to change this value of the wind slightly. I don't know if it's gonna affect really. Let's see. Or wow. Okay, way too much. Yeah, the thing is that now it's affecting on each particle in the same way, and I don't really want to do that. Yeah, in the way I wrote it now with the forces being given here, I can't really do anything about it. But good morning. I just tested quickly to see what happens if I modify this update function for the particle to add a little bit of randomness in each of the fours here. So just to test, but I won't make this modification final. I'm curious if I get the more realistic effect. a bit. Maybe if I also make the wind slightly vertically. Nah, it's too strong. Okay, well, this is a bit better. Yeah, this starts to look a bit more like a flag, but I'm not gonna keep this modification. It's breaking my code here, and I don't want that. This is good enough, and you can play with it while it's blowing, so kind of like simulating wind with your mouse also, maybe more realistically. And if I unclick all of these one by one, wow, this is nice. Yeah, it's better if we don't pin all the sides. Yeah, this looks really good. So here in the particles, I'm only gonna put static if I is 0 and j is 0 or j is n minus 1. And this is now gonna pin just the top and bottom part. Yeah, this looks really good. So it's kind of like the flag is not tied on the whole stick, but only on those locations, and then there is enough randomness coming from the way the segments are linked. Okay, but how about adding some kind of colored texture here? If I put 9, could I maybe draw some color inside these objects? Many flags have this kind of how many do I have here? No, 10 was good. Like 3 colors, either horizontally or vertically. And this one has just the perfect amount. So I'm thinking, can I style this and not show any more these particles and segments there, but actually color it like a real flag? So that would be a new project. I'm gonna copy this, call it realistic flag. realistic flag, create flag function is already there. I don't need it. Draw frame, this I probably need. So to modify, move down and up, these are mouse movements. I keep them here. I should have inherited some kind of physics. So I should have made some kind of general physics handling here and then inherited from that one. But somehow now I'm just playing with the code. I can't really focus anymore on refactoring. It's long gone. This project was not easy to do. It's definitely many things happening at the same time, and yeah, a lot of unexpected unexpected things. So let's see. I am creating the flag. It's gonna generate particles and segments there. I would need some kind of shapes coming from these particles. Yeah, let's modify the create flag object previously, and not return just the segments and particles, but also some shapes here. Well, I am tired but hungry. Half the food is still here, but I did eat quite much and I had much more than I thought. Tired, it actually passed. It's weird. I got really tired at some point, but when the daylight came and many people woke up, somehow I feel like the next day already and don't really feel tired anymore. I don't know. Let's count. $60. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not disappointed. Honestly, I was kind of thinking that 50 is too much, but I was secretly hoping that I do the 100, and I wonder if I could do 100 if I start to do some kind of silly things, like really simple things. I don't know. let's see. I'm gonna start at 11 to do some kind of rapid projects, but these more difficult ones are something that I never had time to look deep into them and really understand what the limits are, and it's fun. It's, yeah, I don't know. I like it. So I don't really care if it's how many things are coming out, but I don't often have time to make these kind of simple kind of experiments that are not really useful to something, really just playing around. Yeah, I think I will just continue. So the thing with the stream is that this stream will get deleted. It's how YouTube works. I tried it yesterday, and I mean day before yesterday I tried streaming over 12 hours, and when the stream is over the video is actually gone. And I already did this now over 12 hours because I didn't want to bother with making new streams. And I did record it, so I have it on my computer, but it's kind of silly, like the chat is not there, and it's like I'm talking to myself sometimes. But probably I will upload it as a video, but I think the stream will disappear immediately when this ends. So I want to have this recording in the computer of one single video there, and that's why I don't want to take break now and just continue. But this is tough thing that I'm doing now, so I'm not that slow because I'm tired. I'm slow because it's hard and I'm tired. So both of them. But I will switch from these kind of more tricky things very soon. Yeah, I can't think a good way to organize this. I think I'll probably give it up. Or yeah, definitely it's difficult. My biggest problem is the talking. I mean, live stream is okay, but live stream for such a long time and you are talking at continuously, it really dries your throat. So I was drinking here all kind of things like this kind of oat milk and warm tea, and eating usually like soft foods. I also had coffee and some energy drinks, but my throat is really dry. So at some point I couldn't really speak anymore, but it got arrested. So I think that live streaming at the same time as programming is okay, but for a short time, like maybe an hour or two. This kind of long stuff, you can't really focus what's happening on the chat. I'm lucky because I don't really have many people on the chat. So if you look at some people who are more have a large following, then it's impossible to program and actually keep track of what's happening there. Like you will miss many comments. In class it's better. Like when teaching in the classroom it's better because you feel that the people in front of you, they can attract attention more than the chat does. So if they point out that there is some kind of mistake in the code or that they want to see some specific feature, then you somehow get more energy from them and so on. But yeah. Okay, now I'm gonna try just one more small thing here. I'm gonna do this realistic flag. I'm gonna cheat and I'm going to make the particles colored, and that's it. So some kind of make some kind of coloring there. Let's see. So if J this color let's say blue, and if J is greater than, okay, here I'm gonna need to use just 9 values. If J is greater or equal to 3, color is equal to yellow, and if J is also greater or equal to 6, then the color is gonna be red. and I'm gonna pass it to this particle, and I just need to set in the particle class another value here for color. And when drawing, yeah, so let's see, does this work? No, made some mistake. Did I, or is this some other mistake? Yeah, hi. Well, it is difficult. I already mentioned probably before you came, so it's not easy, but I think that if you practice, it becomes easier, especially for shorter periods of time. If you have very large audience, then it's very difficult to do that. Okay, so let's see. Why is this not working here? Oh, yeah, okay. I will try to extend flag here. Okay, maybe I remove this project entirely. It's hard to concentrate. Whew. Okay, so now some coloring is here in the original flag shape. I was hoping it's gonna be in opposite direction, but I messed up these I and J. Yeah, so it should be I here, and now this looks kind of like Romanian flag, and yeah, well, I'm happy with this. So there is the wind, and there is also my interacting with it. I think I'm gonna move to a little bit more, yeah, I know. I was speaking to Frank about this, and also I used part of his code in these fractals, the fractal trees. So in the earlier projects, like yesterday, these kind of things are similar to what Frank is doing. Okay, and okay. Okay, I think I initialized the camera again, and I tried to make a little bit more camera projects. So I'm going back to the gallery, and let's put this initialize camera back on. And where was I last time? So I did some kind of green screen thing, these weird, very weird things. Yeah, I didn't do anything with manipulating things using the camera. I don't have Tupla, but I have some kind of other bars. Yes, say hello to KM. Okay, so I'm gonna use the camera again. I made another project. It's gonna be called Marker, and I'm gonna try to recognize one of these markers on camera and maybe do some kind of effects with them. Let's see. So I initialize this here, and here, and now I have a base color that I'm looking for in the image, but I can change this base color with my click listener there. So I can click with the mouse what kind of color I'm looking for in the image, and this base color, it's gonna be the color of this blue marker, so it's quite distinct from what else I'm wearing. And in the frame I'm detecting where it is, so I'm looping through the image data and through all the pixels. I'm taking the red, green, blue and alpha values, and if they are similar to this base color, my blue, I will mark this point as part of the marker. So a new array here, and I'm going to add this location. So x and y vector here is going to be added into this array. So my marker points are going to be all the pixels that are going to be blue, like the marker tip. Now with these points, I'm going to average them. I already have an average function, and I'm going to get a point out of this and return it here. So my detect marker is going to return me the center of mass of all pixels that are blue, and then I'm going to do something with that. So let's see what I'm gonna do with it. So my marker location, where it is on the canvas, it's going to be this, and maybe I can log it just to make sure it works. So let's test whatever I have and hope for the best. Okay, I'm getting some errors here. Cannot read property length of undefined. So this is because I don't have probably any marker points here, and I'm trying to average. Let's see. So yeah, it's trying to look for some value here. No, if the length of this is 0, return null. So I will not have any marker detected. This shouldn't be any more problematic. Okay. No, still some error. No, add this Java function. Yeah, push is the function for adding things to the array here. Okay, so if I look in the console now, I'm getting some location here. But what is it looking for? It's not looking for blue, I think. So you can see it's becoming null when it's outside, and it has some coordinates when it's inside. But I think that I need to work a little bit with this threshold. It's probably too high. Maybe I need to put it lower when detecting the marker color. So I'm looking for some blue value, but not exactly, I mean, with a little tolerance. There are many different blues out there, and okay, yeah, the numbers look okay, but I want to visually show where this marker is now. So let's display something on top of the canvas here, like draw an arc. At the location, I'm gonna draw an arc with 50 pixel radius, and I'm gonna start it at 0 degrees and end at math pi multiplied by 2 and fill it. So with a bright red color. And I don't need the console logging if this will work. So when I start, this is using some kind of okay, only if location is not null do these things, because if the marker is not detected, then it's not detected. So in the beginning the base color is black, so it's it is finding some kind of black, probably my hair, my headphones, things like that. But after I click on this marker now, the base color is going to change to whatever pixel I'm clicking on, like this blue. And now I'm pretty much moving things with my marker in the screen. So it's a different example than before with the green screen, because now I'm controlling something that is recognized. I'm not just removing some background like when I used the green screen previously. So what can I do with this? Well, pretty much anything. I could actually let's link it to my bat animation that I programmed earlier. Or yeah, let's link it with the bat, see how it looks like. So I'm gonna close this project, make a new one, and say I call it PetBat JS. So I already have the bat that I animated earlier. But now I want to see it on top of the camera, so yeah. So I'm gonna add this here and here. So now it's gonna load, and here instead of drawing this, I would like to draw the bat, but let me try to find my project. So bat, I have the FlyingBat, I have the FlappyBat game, so maybe here yeah. So the function is draw FlappyBat, and I give it a context, a location. This amount is important. It's gonna interpolate the wing locations. Okay, So I'm gonna copy this here instead of putting that, and let's just put the amount to 0 for now, for the animating part, and this location I'm gonna pass it to it. So let's see if this works. I refresh the page. Well, it's here. This bat thing that I animated earlier, but it's not animating because I have a value of 0 here, so I need to compute this using my sine function I explained earlier, and a time variable that begins at 0, and I'm gonna increase with every frame. So let's see now. Okay, it is flapping, but it's very slow. Yeah, not really exciting here. Let's make it faster. Yeah, now it's a little bit more dynamic. If I hide part of this blue marker somehow like this, it kind of looks like I'm holding it on my hand, because the blue part is only a little bit on the top, and it's yeah, it's only a little bit at the top, and okay, this bottom part blue area is appearing. So because I take all the parts with blue that you see here and I'm averaging them, the average appears to be in the middle of the hand in this case. Equal amount of blue on the bottom and equal amount of blue on the top. But the point is to try to to hide it somehow, and I think this is fun. So yeah. What else can I do with this? I had I had this game, this FlappyBat game A here. Maybe I try to port it now to this canvas thing, but I mean to this not canvas, to this webcam environment. But can I do it? Let's see. I'm gonna call it FlappyBat webcam. FlappyBat webcam, and initialize it in my list of projects here and here, and then this was being drawn on the dark background. But I want to get the webcam again, so So I need this base color. And the click function, I actually use it to restart the game when you fail. But if it's not over, if the game is not over, I'm gonna use it now to get the color of my marker again and replace the base color. So I can still do that and then draw the frame. So maybe in the draw the frame here, I'm not going to start with the dark background, but with my video. And I'm going to just change the variable of this bat location to this lock value that is coming from the marker here. I don't think I need to redraw anything else. It's gonna, I hope it's gonna work. It's so much time passed that it's becoming hard to. Okay. No, it doesn't work. Okay, well, camera initializes. Great. Please open light. No, it's not so easy. It wasn't made so good to combine these two. Because of this composite operations that I'm using for the fire here. So somehow this fire only looks good on this black, and when I try to put the webcam on, it doesn't just appear on top of the webcam. I'm not sure exactly why, but yeah. Okay, something else. No bat game with the webcam. I remove this one. Well, I had this Batman logo idea. Let's try to make a Batman logo and draw it somewhere. So I made before this whiteboard application and you can use it to draw things on it. I'm not really sure how the Batman logo looks like because there are many of them, but let's say that this is the center point. Something like that. So if we want to draw this on the canvas, we need some kind of tricks. So maybe first we simplify and have these as straight lines here. It's easier than these curves. So just straight lines here, and I'm gonna need some control points. So let's say this is P1 and this is P2 and this is P3. Now to get from P3 to P4 there is a curve here, so the control point for this curve is somewhere out here. The curve doesn't go through this control point in Bezier curves. So P4 is somewhere there, P5 is here, P6 a little bit curvy here, P7, then P8, P9, and all the other ones should be symmetrical and to the right, if this is symmetrical here. So I'm gonna try to draw it like this. Now I have a trick here in my canvas. I'm printing coordinates of points that I am drawing when I just tap the canvas. So at the moment this array is empty, there's nothing in it, but now I'm gonna click for P1 and P2, P3, P4, P5, 6, 7, 8 and 9. So now I actually have these coordinates here for the points that I want to draw, and then I'm going to copy the bat project and call it Batman. and copy these values again. So here I'm gonna draw it somehow. Using these points. So I'm going to say that this is left side of the screen. So L points for this left side of the area. And I'm going to try to draw just that part for now. Yeah, see you. Yeah. Okay, so the first point needs to be linked to the second point. Like that, starting here and moving here, and then the second point to the third point. The third point moves to the fifth point through the fourth point. So like that. I'll just remove these so it's not confusing. 6 to 7. Okay. Okay. It's overwriting this existing function there. I need a new one for the Batman logo. And then this W points is undefined, so where am I using it? Here. Okay, so this is now half of the Batman logo, this side on the left. And I should do the same things on the right pretty much. So all these points need to be added in order on the right side. So I'm gonna, they need to go like this, in this direction, and append it here at the end. So seventh point. Right, and I continue it in the same way pretty much. So 9 to 10. 10 to 11. 11 to 12. And now I think I need to do these line 2s. 13, 14, and I think I need to go back to point 0 here. Let's see how it looks like. Doesn't look like anything. Is there some error here? No. Oh, yeah, I shouldn't just put these back. I need to reflect them on the other side of this middle point of the screen. So the x coordinate, the first coordinate here, needs to be what? The size of the canvas minus size of the canvas minus the point x coordinate and then the point y coordinate. No. Okay. Better. Something's not right here. It's drawing straight lines instead of curved lines for some reason. Oh, yeah. I made a mistake. It should be like this. Yay. Maybe I put some flying bats on top of this. a bit more high up. And I think that I should be able to draw more of them. Let's see if it works. Okay, yeah, so I'm gonna just do a for loop. Then yeah. Lecture marathon? What do you mean by lecture marathon? Yeah. Well, I kinda did it now, but it was this fast-paced thing and lost energy in the last few hours, so I can't really. Also, it's kind of impossible to talk so much for such a long time, even though I drank a lot of fluids. So if it's just lecturing, I don't know. I'm more eager about the skiing season to start. Maybe some kind of marathon there. Okay. What's happening? Something is wrong. Let's try with just 2. Oh, they are changing location. This is weird. No, not like this. I need to save the locations here. And add here this. And here I just needed to go through the bat locations and draw them at the correct location, so like that. I think this is gonna be okay. No. Yeah, these should be defined before my function here is called. So it was being called before they existed, and that was causing some error. They are synchronized. No snow yet. Very little. They are too synchronized. I need to do something to them. I'm gonna offset them. By their index. Now it looks kind of nicer, like not at the same time flapping it.